He's also exceptionally well-rounded. You've heard about all his practice fields. If I have a client with a need that's beyond the scope of my practice, I'll often call Terrence, probably 90% of the time. He's not the person you go to necessarily for an answer, because you may not expect that he'll have an answer. It may be a very complicated question. But the way Terrence approaches the law is he compartmentalizes and takes apart a question in a way that makes you understand what the answer is likely going to be. I rarely leave a conversation with Terrence without being shown something I didn't expect. And it's kind of as a side note, to put my money where my mouth is, a couple of years ago when I was looking for someone to join me in a homicide defense, I was honored that he agreed to join me, and it was interesting. We had a lot of fun trying to work our way through those issues and get a good resolution for our client, which I think we're able to do. I will treasure that experience working very closely with Terrence in that regard. In short, I'm recommending that the committee rather, support his nomination, because I know that I know his judgment, and I know what he's going to bring to the bench. I trust him to fairly apply the law, to treat litigants squarely and with the understanding, the kind of humane compassion we see in our best judges at their best moments. When I, as a litigant, sitting in court, either in my case or watching someone else's case, you watch a judge and you think, that was unexpectedly special. That was done right. I think that's what you're going to see from Judge Harrigan. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your statement. Committee members, are there any questions for David Bate? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
And at this point, I'll turn to the attendee portion of the meeting. There's no one else who wishes to speak in support of the nomination. And so I'll ask for anybody who wishes to speak in opposition. Please raise your electronic hand and keep it raised. And I am not seeing any raised hands. And so is there anybody who wishes to speak neither for nor against? And again, there are no raised hands. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Oh, I see a couple of raised hands. Just a moment. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention, I agree that all attorneys are pretty smart, but it is with some trepidation, therefore, that I want to clarify that I am not an attorney. We heard today that the success rate before this committee for nominations is pretty high. I can't attest to that, but I can attest that we've had some pretty rocky nominations, and it's with full confidence that I will vote affirmative for today's nominee. And when I mentioned the reference to my BC son-in-law and the candidate winced slightly, that was in reference to the rivalry with Notre Dame, the candidate's alma mater. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me that clarification.
You're welcome. Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring folks up to date. Apparently, the YouTube stream has been restored in the event that we have this issue again, because we are all able to be seen as long as committee members agree that the votes can be taken, that the roll will be taken, and votes will be recorded both visually and orally. We've been informed by the clerk of the House and the Senate that we may proceed.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair.
You're welcome.
And with that, we will continue the hearing. So public comments having been taken, the committee will proceed as follows. We'll review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Then we will vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III Main Statute, Section 157, and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are within that time frame. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary for Mr. Terrence M. Harrigan, Esquire of Bangor, for appointment as a district court judge is now closed. We'll move on to taking of the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any committee member present objects to proceeding to the vote immediately. Committee members, could you please raise your real or virtual hand if you object to proceeding? Representative Harnett, your hand is up. Are you
Doing too many things at one time. I apologize. The hand's down.
Thank you. I thought that it might be residual. So I am not seeing any objection. Since there is no objection, the pending question before, excuse me. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Terrence M. Harrigan, Esquire of Bangor, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? It appears that we are, and we've been joined by our committee clerk, and the committee clerk will now call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne. Need to hear you, please.
Yay.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I will recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Excuse me, Madam Chair. That is all the votes.
Thank you very much. 12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and no members having voted in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary that the nomination of Terrence M. Harrigan, Esquire of Bangor, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. And Mr. Harrigan, ordinarily we would congratulate you in person and shake your hand, but we're allowed to offer you and able to offer you a virtual round of applause at this time. It's very heartfelt.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Honored.
you for your willingness to serve the state of Maine as a district court judge.
Thank you.
And with that, we've concluded the hearing for Mr. Harrigan. We will continue with a hearing, a confirmation hearing for Peter Malia, and I'm not sure that I'm saying his last name appropriately, but we will continue that at the noticed time of 11:30. And so committee members and others, please return in just a few minutes. Thank you. John, could you help me with the pronunciation of this nominee's last name? I just don't.
I
wanna
believe
get
you pronounced it correctly, Malia.
Malia.
Yeah, Peter Malia. That's how I pronounce it. He's never corrected me. So, and I've known him for a bit. So,
Okay.
that's, and I believe that's how it's pronounced.
Thank you.
So I'll apologize in advance if I'm leading you astray because I've known Peter a while. And that's always how I pronounced it.
Thank you. Committee members, if you are at your desks and computers, could you please activate your video so that we can proceed?
Then what are you doing? I'll just go watch.
Um, Peter, could you please let me know how to pronounce your last name? I think I've got it right, but I want to make sure that I do.
Malia works, but it's actually Malia.
Malia? Okay. All
Either
right.
way is fine.
All righty. Thank you so much. I'm going to say it a bunch of times before you speak, and I don't want to constantly be reinforcing the wrong pronunciation. All right. It looks like everyone is here and we're ready to start our next hearing. And so we'll begin. We'll open the hearing on the nomination by the governor of Peter Malia. And we'll begin with the introductory statement by the chair. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Peter J. Malia Jr. of Freiburg for appointment as a district court judge. Under the law and the joint rules of the legislature, the committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice to the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representatives, the nominee, and any other persons who wish to speak for or against the nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed, and this time it actually is up and running on the committee's YouTube channel. That means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel shortly after the conclusion of the meeting. We'll begin with the motion to confirm. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Senator Keim for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of Mr. Peter Malia Jr., Esquire of Freiburg, for appointment as a district court judge.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Thank you. A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available online. Now we will recognize the governor's representatives. The chair recognizes the governor's counsel, Jerry Reed, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Good afternoon. Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm counsel to Governor Mills, and it's my pleasure to be here this morning to present Peter J. Malia Jr. as the governor's nominee for appointment to the Maine District Court. Attorney Malia began his legal career briefly working as an in-house counsel in a Portland financial firm before accepting a position in the Attorney General's office handling child protective cases in district courts throughout central Maine. After about 2 years in the AG's office, he went to work for what may be Maine's oldest law firm, then known as Hastings Law, and now known as Hastings Malia in Freiburg. There he established a well-respected general practice that includes extensive work in family law. He is now managing partner at his firm. He has also been an active community volunteer, serving on the Board of Trustees at Freiburg Academy as president of the Freiburg Area Rotary Club, chair of the Freiburg Planning Board, and as a youth sports coach many times over. He is past president of the Maine Association of Mediators. Notably, he has also been the moderator of the Freiburg Town Meeting for many years, which both speaks to the confidence his community has in him and is a testament to his ability to manage public proceedings full of people with strong feelings. He graduated from the College of the Holy Cross with a degree in political science and earned his law degree from Syracuse University. Peter Malia is a highly respected lawyer and public citizen with great integrity. His legal career and community service have been ideal preparation for a position on the district court. On behalf of the governor, I respectfully ask for your support for his nomination. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions for Jerry Reed? I am not seeing any. Thank you very much for your statement. The chair now recognizes John Hobson, Chair of the Governor's Judicial Selection Committee.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is John Hobson. I'm Chair of Governor Mills' Judicial Selection Committee. On behalf of the committee, request that this committee act favorably on the nomination of Peter Malia for District Court of the state of Maine. Mr. Malia brings a lot of skills to this position, and among them, as Mr. Reed mentioned, is he was, and it's particular note in some senses, he was elected town moderator for many years. I've always been of the position of the persuasion, I guess, is that if someone is a local elected official, they really get to know their community. They get to know all sides of an issue. And if you're able to be an elected town moderator, and I noted that he was no opposition for a good number of years, that also speaks volume, you basically be able to handle people. And that's obviously important in the district court. And Mr. Malia has extensive community connections. You've heard Mr. Reed go through them, and it has particular connection in connection with this nomination, and not to go into the technicalities, but there are requirements in terms of the statute in terms of residency of judges, and this particular position is for a resident of Oxford County. And Mr. Malia is a resident of and really an individual known in and well supported by his community. He's also someone who has an excellent reputation in that area and actually throughout the southern area of the state for the skills that he brings as a lawyer and as a civil litigator. Now, one of the questions that inevitably comes up when someone applies for a district court is, are there areas of expertise that the nominee doesn't have? And some of the committee members may note that he doesn't have the breadth of experience in criminal law that some areas they have, but it's not dissimilar to when a prosecutor gets brought to this committee to be presented as a district court judge. Mr. Malia has the ability to learn that area. He has the background to be able to do that, and he will hit the ground running. And the committee is fully supportive of Mr. Malia getting this position, both because of his legal expertise, his many years of experience as a practitioner, a private practitioner who knows the rigors of running a small business, and someone who knows his community and is being nominated for a position for being a resident judge in the area of Oxford County. And on that basis, and for all the reasons I've already stated, the committee is very supportive of the nomination of Mr. Malia. Obviously, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. The chair would ask if any committee member has a question for Mr. Hobson. Go ahead, Representative Reckitt.
Mr. Hobson, as someone who is not shy about admitting my lack of knowledge in particular areas, I don't think I was aware that there was one, perhaps more, so-called resident judges in the state. Is that?
Well, there are statutory requirements in terms of there has to be a judge who's a resident of a county of the various divisions, judicial divisions, and for this particular position, that includes Oxford County, and therefore this position is one in which it's a division of the district court that would require the person being named to be a resident of Oxford County.
Is that true of other parts?
It is, but candidly, there are generally already people on the bench who are residents of those counties, so it doesn't become an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question and the clarification. Any other questions for Mr. Hobson? I'm not seeing any committee members with hands raised, so we'll move on to the statement by the nominee. The chair now recognizes Mr. Peter J. Malia Jr. Esquire for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Committee on Judiciary. My name is Peter Malia Jr. I live in Freiburg in Oxford County. I am here today to discuss with you my nomination for the Maine District Court. I would like to thank Governor Mills for putting her faith in me with this nomination. And I'd like to thank Jerry Reed and John Hobson for their introductions. I'd like to begin with providing you with a little bit of background about myself. I have a strong work ethic with blue collar roots, which I think flows from my parents and grandparents. My parents were high school sweethearts at Portland High School, class of 1956. They recently celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary. My grandfather owned a construction company on Munjoy Hill in Portland called Malia Construction. He was a bricklayer, and he went into business with his brothers-in-law. And my first job was as a brick mason's tender, working for them in jobs around the greater Portland area. When I was in college, I worked summers on the railroad track crew at SD Warren Paper Mill in Westbrook, Maine. My father worked for Scott Paper Company for many years, which then owned SD Warren. I attended Cheverus High School in Portland, and as you know, I graduated from Holy Cross and Syracuse Law School. I deferred acceptance into Syracuse Law School for a year so that I could enter the Jesuit Volunteer Corps, which is a program where volunteers serve marginalized and disenfranchised communities. I was placed in San Jose, California with 5 other Jesuit volunteers. My particular job was working with physically and emotionally abused children in the Bay Area. It was a tremendous experience for me at that stage of my life. It was really an eye-opening and life-changing experience for me, and it gave me a new perspective as I entered law school a year later. My first job out of law school, as Attorney Reed suggested, was with a mutual fund investment company located in Portland's Old Port. And suffice it to say that securities law was not for me. So after a couple of years, I landed a job with the Maine Attorney General's office prosecuting child abuse cases. I was primarily responsible for representing caseworkers working out of the Lewiston office. And as a result, my court that I was primarily working out of was the old Lewiston District Court. And at that time, Justice Gorman was a Maine District Court judge in Lewiston. And so most of my cases were before Judge Gorman and Judge Beliveau. Also, like most assistant attorney generals doing that type of work, I had an opportunity to make appearances in most district courts throughout the southern half of the state. That was a great learning experience for me. I did that job for about 2.5, maybe close to 3 years. I learned a lot working for the Attorney General's office, prosecuting child abuse cases. I learned how to handle a heavy caseload. I learned how to advise caseworkers on presenting cases, gathering evidence, admitting evidence, burdens of proof, etc. I learned how to interact with angry and frustrated parents and grandparents, often dealing with mental health and substance abuse issues. I learned how to try a case. I learned how to write a decision because the judges often had us write the decisions, or at least a draft of the decisions for them. I learned how to write Maine Supreme Court briefs. Superior Court Justice Tom Warren at the time was proofread all of our briefs before they were filed in the Maine Supreme Court, and he taught me how to be a better legal writer, without a doubt. I then left the Attorney General's office and accepted a job here in Freiburg at Hastings Law Office. I was the first non-family member hired as a lawyer in the 150-year history of this law office. And this year marks my 25th anniversary with what is now Hastings Malia. And I'll come back to that, but I'd like to take a brief detour from my legal career and tell you, I guess, a little bit about my personal life, because 25 years ago when I joined this office, I also got married. My wife, Katie, is a nurse. In 1999, we bought a house in Freiburg, which we still live in, when she was pregnant with twins. And just last May, those twins graduated from Colby College. So time flies. We also have a sophomore at the University of Maine, Orono, and we have a freshman here at Freiburg Academy. My decision to join Hastings Law Office was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. I had the opportunity to work with some of the best lawyers that you'll find anywhere. David Hastings II, who passed away in 2010, was a Harvard Law graduate and just a tremendous lawyer and an even better person, a real gentleman. And it was a pleasure to practice law with him for several years. Peter Hastings, my mentor, David's brother, was a great influence on me as well and taught me a lot about practicing law and private practice. And Peter's in his mid-80s and due to some health issues isn't currently practicing law anymore, but he was a great mentor for me. And my longtime law partner, Dave Hastings III, who you'll hear from in a few minutes, has been a great partner here. I have handled pretty much all of the court work and the municipal work, and Dave handles residential and commercial real estate, most of the estate planning and probate work. And we've been fortunate over the last few years to bring on a couple of young associates who have just been made into partners as well. I joined 25 years ago when the office was 150 years old. So we're celebrating our 175th anniversary this year. And as Attorney Reed noted, we are one of, if not the oldest law firm in the state. And incidentally, if confirmed, I would be the second lawyer from this office to become a Maine District Court judge. Peter Hastings' father, Hugh Hastings, was appointed judge to serve the Western Oxford Municipal Court sitting in Freiburg in 1943, I'm told. And he held that position until 1965, which I believe is when the Maine District Court, the current Maine District Court system was created. My law practice, I think, is somewhat typical of a country lawyer, a rural practice. We have to be flexible and we have to meet a variety of different needs, legal needs for our clients. I have handled almost every type of civil case that can be brought in Maine District Court. I have also done a great deal of municipal law over the years, land use and planning and zoning. I have formed corporations. I've done some basic estate planning. I've drafted deeds and easements. I've represented many businesses, both small mom and pop businesses and fairly large corporations, and countless number of individuals from all types of income brackets on all types of legal matters. Counting my time with the Attorney General's office, I've been practicing law in Maine District Courts and Superior Courts for 28 years now. I also became a mediator about 15 years ago. I took a 40-hour course through the University of Southern Maine and began mediating shortly thereafter. I mediate both privately and through the Maine Cadres program, the Court Alternative Dispute Resolution Service. Through Cadres, I mediate mostly family matters cases, divorce, but I've also mediated some small claims and forcible entry and detainer cases for Cadres. And I've mediated all types of civil litigation outside of Cadres. I was president of the Maine Association of Mediators for 4 years, and I did serve on the Cadres committee for 6 years. And I believe that my mediation skills and experience would serve me well if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed. Finally, again, I don't mean to repeat previous statements, but I have been an active member of my community. I've been president of the Freiburg Area Rotary Club 3 times now. That's what happens in a small club. I'm on the Freiburg Academy Board of Trustees and currently chair of the trusteeship committee. Freiburg Town Meeting moderator, as you heard. I've coached a variety of sports for the Freiburg Rec Department. I'm a member of the board of directors, and I'm also the trustee of several different foundations and trusts which make annual grants and scholarship awards to local nonprofits and graduating high school seniors. I think that becoming a district court judge is a way of serving an even greater community. It's a tremendous honor for me and my family to be nominated. If confirmed, I will pledge to serve the state of Maine with integrity and honesty and compassion, and to honor the ideal of access to justice for all people. And I thank you for your attention today and for your service to the state of Maine. I thank you for your consideration of me as a Maine District Court judge, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your statement. The chair would ask the committee if there are any questions of the nominee. Representative Harnett, you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Malya, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
My question's not about your legal experience, but having been educated at a Jesuit university in New York, I was struck by the year that you spent with the Jesuit Volunteer Corps, and you described the work that you did there, and I applaud you for that. So I guess it does touch on your legal career, because I'm wondering how, if and how that experience influences how you practice law.
Well, I think the two things that come to mind that I really took from that experience are compassion and sacrifice. Not only did I do what I did, but I lived in a house with other volunteers, and one of them ran a rape crisis center. One of them worked at a nonprofit to find jobs for homeless people. Two of them worked at a nonprofit law center in San Jose, and one of them ran a food bank. So we all came home each day and we shared stories about the communities and the people that we were working with. And you can't help but develop a great deal of compassion for the everyday struggles of people who are just trying to survive and get themselves to the next day. And sacrifice, we worked for organizations and we worked for people who had dedicated their lives helping those less fortunate, people who were social workers and people who had accepted jobs with salaries that were, much less than what they otherwise could have made because they believed in what they were doing. And I think compassion and sacrifice are, in public service and community service, are all things that I really took with me from that experience, and they've carried through my entire legal career.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Evangelos? We're not able to hear you, Representative.
I'm sorry. Mr. Malya, Representative Harnett got my question, but I grew up during the war on poverty with Bobby Kennedy, and your work really speaks to me. And Tom asked the question, but that's what I wanted to tell you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Representative Reckitt?
Wanted to speak to you a bit about one of the cases that you articulated towards the tail end of your materials, the divorce case in Bridgeton District Court. I'm pretty familiar with the Bridgeton District Court because I was in charge of the domestic violence program that worked out of that court. And of course, this articulation that you made in your materials spoke to me as a situation that I am quite familiar with, not necessarily this case, which I'm not familiar with, but other cases like it. And I first of all, I want to say how appreciative I am that you would do pro bono work on this case, because it's extraordinarily hard to find people who will help people in marital situations that can no longer pay an attorney. But I wanted to ask you, what drew you to this particular instance? Was it the backgrounds that we've been talking about from other folks about your training or your experience when you were younger, or your educational background, or is it what drew you to this case?
I didn't know the woman, the mother, that eventually became my client when a mutual friend approached me and let me know that she needed help. She had a son who was about the age of one of my boys, and they played some sports together. So I sort of knew her in passing. And when I heard her story, I just couldn't allow her to go into court against an abusive ex-husband, soon to be ex-husband, by herself, especially when the husband was represented by legal counsel. And she had 4 boys, and she was really at her wit's end and had run out of money, and her previous attorney had terminated their relationship. So I just, I felt compelled to help her. And we're still, in contact to this day. And we've, managed to get the house sold and get her money that she's owed and allow her to make a fresh start. So, I'm proud of that work, but I really was sort of a no-brainer for me. I just couldn't allow her to go into court unrepresented. And so it was an easy decision.
Well, I truly, on behalf of all of the people that work with people in these kinds of circumstances, perhaps not as dire every time, but sometimes as dire, I truly appreciate what you've done and congratulate you for it. Thank you very much.
Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mallet, it's good to see you across the electronic divide. And I have a quick question for you. As you've stated and as your materials indicate, your background in criminal practice is somewhat more limited in comparison to other areas. And we're all aware of the heavy burden that the district court bears with criminal work, even in normal times, particularly now, given the backlog that has accumulated in the past 2 years. So if confirmed, what are your thoughts in terms of bridging the gap?
Well, first of all, I have done some criminal, not a lot, not enough to really mention in my application. When I first joined Hastings, the first couple of years I was here, did some criminal defense. I quickly got so overwhelmed with civil litigation and municipal clients that I felt like I just didn't have enough time to do everything. And I didn't feel comfortable that I was providing, the best advice to the defendants. So I began referring those cases out. I did, however, over the years, continue to help, friends whose high school kids were involved in sort of minor infractions and misdemeanors, and pick up the phone and call the district attorney over in South Paris. But that's not enough experience as far as the criminal side of district court is concerned. I realize that. I am aware of that. I've reached out to 3 different district court judges, and I had conversations with them about this very issue, just to make sure that I was comfortable that I could sort of get up to speed in that and on that part of the law. 2 of them had no, like myself, even less criminal experience than me, if you can believe it. And they said it was really not much trouble. And with the training I'm given by the judicial branch, I will be able to pick it up pretty quickly. So all 3 of those judges said it wouldn't be a problem. And I hope they're right, and I believe they will be right. I think I'll be able to pick it up pretty quickly, but I do recognize the fact that there's going to be a steep learning curve, but I'm going to work as hard as I can to get up to speed in that area of law.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Representative Babbage.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Attorney Malia, a couple of the questions, I too am impressed by your decision to spend a year with the Jesuit Volunteer Corps, and that at that time of your life, I know that's a wonderful experience. And the last legislator asked about your attitude about approaching a greater criminal law responsibility. And I appreciate you reaching out and being confident. I know the training is excellent. And so I'm very happy with your answers. I will, I guess I noticed you singled out Denmark in your, I was wondering, is Denmark particularly litigious? Is there a certain commercial enterprise, or were you the counsel for the town government itself?
Town government, town council.
Okay. Thank you for that, and congratulations on your nomination, and good luck.
Thank you.
Committee members, are there any additional questions for the nominee? Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's my second question, so I'll try to be brief. Mr. Malia, you mentioned the phrase access to justice and how important that is to you. And it is to me as well, and to the people of Maine. And you've practiced, I think it's fair to say, in a somewhat rural area. What are the challenges of making sure that folks have access to justice? And do you think we're doing enough? And if not, what else could we be doing as a state?
Well, I think we all know that as each year goes by, there seem to be more and more pro se litigants in Maine district courts. I do believe that the Maine judicial system does a good job providing access to the courts. With the pandemic, obviously, that has decreased, resulting in the backlog, which we all recognize and understand needs to be addressed. All I can say is that if confirmed, I will treat everybody that comes before me with respect, and I will make sure that they feel like they're being listened to and being heard. And I realize that many of them, this will be their only appearance in a Maine district court. And so I want to make sure that they feel respected and heard. And that's what I will do if confirmed.
And just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
You mentioned the increase in pro se litigants. In your mind, is that a reflection of the lack of attorneys available to assist people with limited economic means?
Yes, I think that's definitely true. I mean, we have struggled over the years to find lawyers that want to work here in Western Maine. We will put ads in the Bar Journal and, the Maine Bar News, and we might get 2 or 3 law students to apply and no lawyers really with any experience. So I think the rural parts of the state are definitely underserved. And I know the Maine Law School has initiated a program to try to introduce their law students to law firms in the rural parts of the state, which I think is a great idea, because I definitely think that there's a shortage of lawyers outside of, perhaps Portland and Bangor, and that results in more pro se litigants.
Thank you very much, sir.
Representative Babich, did you have a second question?
Actually, thank you, Madam Chair. I will just say that I too was a Portland boy that went to rural Maine, or the mountains of Maine in my case, and I applaud the fact that you have become such an essential part to your community and want to continue to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Malia, I had a question for you as well, and it relates to your experience with the Cadres program and your experience as a mediator, which kind of jumped out of your application materials from my perspective. I was very happy to see that information. And could you please reflect a little bit more, tell us a little bit more about why you see that as being an important qualification for your role as a district court judge. And just keeping in mind that members of the public who may not understand the role of mediation and how important that opportunity can be, if you can provide information that would help the public understand as well the importance of those skills in a judge.
I think through mediation, I have become a better listener. Mediators have to be patient and listen to both sides, present their cases. Mediators have to manage high emotions. And I remember being trained in mediation over in South Paris, I don't know, 15 years ago with Debbie Belanger, a longtime mediator in Portland. And she watched me split the parties up as soon as tension started to rise. And later, when she was debriefing me, she said, "Why did you split them up so quickly?" And I said that I was just a little bit uncomfortable with the volume and the tone. And she explained to me that sometimes it's productive. Sometimes people have things that they have to say, and it's emotional, and it's productive for them to vent. And so after that, I started leaving people together through some of the emotion, obviously not if it got abusive, and started having much more successful outcomes. So mediation teaches you how to handle emotion. It teaches you how to listen, give people an opportunity to speak, ask probing questions. And so I think all of those attributes will be helpful if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any additional questions for the nominee? I'm not seeing any. And once again, thank you so much for answering all of our questions this morning. We'll now move on to statements from the floor. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement will be presented to the committee, will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be moved from the attendee part of the meeting to the panel part of the meeting and can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residency before presenting your testimony. Only comments containing the suitability of this nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members of the committee, you'll be returned to the attendee portion of the meeting and the next person will be called. And I do want to add that I'll be asking those who wish to speak for and against the nomination to raise their electronic hands, but sequentially. And so at this point, I'll ask anyone who would like to speak in favor of this nomination to please raise your electronic hand. And again, please keep it raised until you've been moved onto the panel to speak. It's the easiest way for the chairs to track who has and hasn't spoken yet. So we have several attendees who wish to provide a testimony in support of the nomination, and we'll start with Laurie Boxer-Macomber. She'll be joining us in just a moment. Welcome. You can begin your statement whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be before you all again. I'm testifying for the second time today. And my written testimony has already been submitted to the committee, so I will leave that testimony to stand and talk to you about the fact that when the MTLA surveyed its membership regarding this candidate, we received an overwhelming number of positive responses about the candidate. And the things that we heard from the bar were consistent with some of the things that you have applauded today on behalf of Attorney Malia. So we have no hesitation in supporting the nomination as an organization. But I did want to add a couple of things to some of the questions that were asked of the candidate about mediation, and talk to you all about the fact that I happen to have personal experience working with Attorney Malia in the cadres committee for the court, and have seen his work and leadership within the Maine Association of Mediators and within the cadres program. And I think that you were spot on, Senator Carney, when you talked about the fact that those skills are so important to the court. At this time, as I mentioned at the prior hearing, the courts are so backlogged and people are so frustrated with not getting their day in court that it is so important to have people who see and understand mediation and alternative dispute resolution as a way to give people their voice and their day in court, because otherwise they may be waiting around for years for their jury trials or bench trials. So to have someone that understands that aspect of the court program and has looked at budgets, has worked with Diane Kenty and Rick Record and other people on the court to figure out how we can use remote technology to give people their day in court and the like, I think that is so critical. I haven't seen that in many candidates, and it will be really an asset to the judicial branch and the state of Maine to have a judge like that on the bench. So I think that that's something that you all should consider. And likewise, going to the question that Representative Moriarty asked about lack of criminal experience, one of the things that someone with an ADR background can offer to the criminal bar and to defendants is maybe an application of the ADR skills to deferred or dispositional conferences that occur in criminal proceedings. So the background that Attorney Malia has will serve him well for those proceedings, which are designed to also eliminate the big burden on the courts with the criminal docket. So again, I think that that's something that this committee should consider. And then finally, the other thing I wanted to add that I haven't heard today is that it appears as if Attorney Malia has practiced in the state of New Hampshire as well. And again, during the pandemic and beyond, all of the trial lawyers associations and state bar associations in the court, we're all looking at comparative systems and what works well and what doesn't. And someone who has practiced in multiple places throughout the state and also in another state can be an asset to the court in that respect as well. So for all of those reasons and those in my written testimony, the MTLA supports Attorney Malia to supports the nomination of Attorney Malia to the district court bench. Thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your statement. Committee members, are there any questions for Laurie Boxer-Mecklenburg? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we'll hear from David Hastings. He'll be joining us in just a moment.
I'm getting there.
You're here. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett and the members of the Judiciary Committee. I am David Hastings of Freiburg, and I'm here to speak in support of the nomination of Peter Malia as a district court judge. I feel especially qualified to speak about Peter's abilities and qualifications for a judgeship. We have lived together in the Freiburg community and worked together as lawyers and partners in what is now Hastings Malia Law Office in Freiburg for 25 years. I've come to know Peter as someone respected in the community, as a community member, and for his legal ability and character. I also had the privilege of spending 8 years on your committee while serving in the legislature, and remember sitting through many of these hearings. And I remember the qualities that I thought were important to making a good judge when we had these hearings. First, experience, and Peter has the experience. While maybe his practice has emphasized municipal work for the last few years, in a small town like Freiburg, everyone's practice covers a wide variety of cases. He's handled family law, he's handled landlord-tenant, he's handled small claim disputes, and he might have even touched a few criminal cases early in his career. We all had to. When he was the low man in totem pole, sort of, he got those criminal cases, and as we all did in our career. In a small town like this, everybody has to pitch in and take a little bit of everything. But he knows the law, and he will be a quick study. Also, as a longtime mediator, as you've heard, he understands dispute resolution. In fact, he's hired regularly by attorneys here in Western Maine and even in New Hampshire by other lawyers to come mediate their cases prior to them proceeding on to the courtroom. So knowledge is important. He's a good lawyer. But in second, and this really means a lot to me, he has the demeanor to be a good judge. And this is so important. I recall when I was on your committee, when we had issues with sitting judges, it almost never was about whether or not they were smart enough to be a judge or knew the law well enough. It was almost always about how they treated people, their demeanor. And litigants want to feel like they're listened to and treated with respect, whether or not they win their cases. And I have to say, this will be one of Peter Malia's strengths. You've seen him, he has a great personality. He's a wonderful guy, and that comes across. He treats people fairly and with respect. You've heard several times how he has been elected moderator of Freiburg for I don't know how many years. And you know what town meetings can get like in a small town. They can sort of be like a family dispute. Peter does a wonderful job in keeping people on track, letting them be heard, and leaving without fistfights. He does a great job at that. And third, he's diligent. You know, other than demeanor, the other complaint we often seem to get when I was on your committee was they don't get their decisions out in time. They take too long making judges. It's been 6 months and we haven't had a decision. We hear that from time to time. As lawyers, we get frustrated with that. From my experience, Peter has the work ethic that gets things done. And I've already grilled him on this. And we've already been through this. He assures me he will get his decisions out. And I know Peter, and I know he will. Losing Peter Malia as my law partner will be a great loss to me. And I'm going to have to buy a new sign now. And I suppose I can't ask you to help me. The sign out front has his name on it, and I guess it's got to come down now. But I do take consolation that the state of Maine is going to be gaining one first-class judge. So I urge you to vote in favor of Peter Malya's nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any questions for David Hastings? I am not seeing any. We appreciate you providing a statement today.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Michael Friedman. And while he's joining us, if there's any other attendee who wishes to speak in support of this nomination, please raise your electronic hand and keep it raised. Thank you. Michael Friedman, welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Michael G. Friedman. I reside in the town of Lovell in Oxford County, and I thank you for the opportunity to give this testimony in support of Attorney Peter Malya for candidate as District Court Judge. I'm a solo general practitioner with an office in Bridgeton for the past 20 years. I've practiced in New Jersey for 11 years before that with a medium-sized firm before moving my family and my practice of law to Maine in 2001. I first got to know Attorney Malya through our respective work as local attorneys, serving the people of Western Maine and those appearing before the Bridgeton District Court. Over the years, I've worked with Attorney Malya professionally as an opposing litigant and in his capacity as a mediator. His reputation amongst the Western Bar as a formidable but practical litigator and as an experienced municipal counsel to many of the local towns led to many of my frequent referrals due to conflicts or just based on his extraordinary expertise. But his work as a mediator is where I, as a local lawyer, relied on his expertise in managing people and in managing attorneys and in learning the substance of the law, even if it wasn't in his areas of practice before the mediation, and in deriving practical solutions to complicated cases. And of course, I could go on and say more that he's a fantastic attorney and a talented mediator. But you hear that about a lot of the candidates, including Attorney Malya today. And so I'd like instead to speak as well as to the compassion that I've always observed from Attorney Malya in his work with various nonprofit organizations in the community, some of which you've heard already today. Many attorneys serve on local boards, partly for their gratifications of public service, partly to do good for the public, but also partly for networking and, growing their practice, as we all do. Peter does public service solely for the sake of public service. He's a longtime Rotarian, as you've heard. He has springboarded the success of the Freiburg Recreation Department, creating facilities and programs that will last for future generations. But I've had the honor of serving on an advisory board of the Kendall and Anna Ham Foundation, which is one of the charitable foundations locally, which has provided capital funding for facilities like ice rinks and performing arts venues and gymnasiums in the Bridgeton and Freiburg and North Conway areas. Where I've seen Attorney Malya guide this board is in bettering the lives of the people in the community, in funding food banks during the pandemic, in securing after-school programs for local children with working parents, in ensuring the survival of local summer camps who serve disadvantaged youth, and in genuinely educating our children in the district. I also know Attorney Malya for in his work with local scholarship foundations, providing a source of funding for local students attending college at a time when scholarships are so very competitive. It's in these settings that Peter Malya shows his best attributes in his tireless effort to serve and better his community. For me, that's a distinction necessary to be an effective justice. In my former life in New Jersey, the practice was much more, I couldn't think of words, so I thought of the words of antiseptic, inhuman, probably due to the sheer numbers involved. I often attended civil calendar calls in counties, in more of the urban counties where hundreds of attorneys would appear to be assigned genuine brand lived and worked in a small community as long as Attorney Malia, you become in people who enter your law office because they're your neighbors, which are more attuned and connected.
Michael Friedman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're having some connectivity problems, I think, with your audio and video. If you're able to hear me, can you try hi, you're back. Could you disable your video? Because sometimes that will help the audio come through, and then back up about one paragraph, please, in your remarks.
Apologize for Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you loud and clear. That's much better. Go ahead.
Great. I've gone back to.
We actually now are not able to hear you. I'm sorry. Let's try reactivating your video, and if you can just conclude as best you can. I think that sometimes these problems are inevitable. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. This will just be a moment. Michael, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Senator Carney. Can you hear me?
We can. Now we can hear you loud and clear, although it's a little unstable. Go ahead as best you can, please.
I will, and I'll try to wrap up. I found in my 20 years of practice in Maine that Maine judges are more attuned and connected to the people to serve, more compassionate than the judges I appeared before in New Jersey. That's perhaps now a biased perspective, but I believe Peter Malia is well qualified for this position, not only because he's a great attorney, but also he's a great person who has compassion for the public. He has and will continue to serve. And I wholeheartedly support his confirmation as a district court judge, and would stay on if anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael Friedman. And let's see if committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any. We appreciate you providing your statement today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carney.
And at this point, there is no one else who has raised their hand to speak in favor of the nominee. So now I will ask anybody in the attendee part of the meeting who wishes to speak in opposition to please raise your electronic hand. And again, not seeing anyone in opposition. And then finally, any neither for nor against. And again, not seeing any. We'll move on to the concluding statement by the chair. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee and vote on the nomination, and then notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III of the Maine Statutes, Section 157, and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are within that time frame. And I will just check with the committee clerk and ask if any additional written statements have come in since the hearing started.
There are none, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary for the nomination of Peter J. Malia, Jr., Esquire of Freiburg, for appointment as a district court judge is closed. We'll now proceed with the taking of the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. And I would ask anybody who has an objection to raise your electronic hand. I am not seeing any objections, and therefore we will proceed with the vote. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Peter J. Malia Jr. Esquire of Freiburg for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are. The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Senator Kime.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Madam Chair, the roll call is complete.
Thank you very much. 12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and no members having voted in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary that the nomination of Peter J. Malia Jr., Esquire of Freiburg, for appointment to the Maine District Court be confirmed. Congratulations. And at this time, we offer you a heartfelt round of applause virtually.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, the hearing is over. The committee will resume at 2 o'clock. And again, Mr. Malia, thank you so much for being here and for your willingness to serve the people of Maine.
Thank you very much.
Committee members, please remember to mute and stop your video during the break, and we'll see you all at 2.
You're getting to be a regular, John.
Not the way you folks have to be. My hat's off to you. It's this is a small bit that I see for what everybody on the committee, particularly the chairs, put in.
Good afternoon, Joshua.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you?
Good. I worked with your dad for many years in the AG's office.
Oh, small world.
It's a small state.
That's for sure.
How's he doing?
He's doing very well. Thank you for asking.
Tell him I said hello.
I will certainly do that.
Okay, I know the lighting isn't that good. All right.
You look like you have a halo, David. It's very fitting.
I know. Isn't that crazy? As you guys know, I'm a teacher at Reedsbrook Middle School in Hamden, of all places. And I got coverage for the last 5 minutes. We were doing a civil rights thing with Dr. Martin Luther King, and I'm excited to be here to do this.
Well, thanks. And it will be clear. And you got what I sent you, right?
I did, and I really appreciate that. That's great. Once I'm done, I have to get in my truck and drive home. So I'm going to hide my face, but I'll still be listening.
Okay. You don't have to hide your face on our account.
Well, I'll be driving, so it's kind of it's not a great optic.
It's a bad look. I understand.
Out of your head.
We're still a little early, so we'll wait for committee members to join.
Representative Hagan?
Yes.
Hi, it's Soupy. I was hearing what you were saying. Just to let you know, the confirmations, you need to be on screen in order to vote.
Yep,
So
I'll be back. I'll be on.
Oh, okay.
Turn me on. I appreciate that.
I was gonna say, if you're in your truck, if you could just pull over.
No, I only live literally 1 minute from the school, so
Excellent.
I'll be right back on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, with that. Yeah.
As committee members arrive, if you could please put on your video so I know that you're here for establishing a quorum. It is now 2 o'clock, but I'm going to give committee members a few more minutes to join us. I'd like to have as many people as possible when we start. Minutes can seem very long when you're just waiting for a couple of them. I feel like we should have some stand-up or something going on to
Yeah.
entertain our audience, our vast audience. Okay, we do have a quorum. Again, I would ask committee members, if you hear my voice and you're on, to please activate your video. Thank you, Representative Reckett. Welcome to this afternoon's hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. We will be hearing 2 confirmation hearings today for the District Court. The first hearing that is scheduled at 2 o'clock is for Joshua A. Randlett, Esquire. And the second at 3:30 is for a name that I am hoping I will get right, but I may not. And that is for Megan Sylvian, also an Esquire. And we will meet and probably learn the pronunciation of her name if I have butchered it. Before we begin our first confirmation hearing, since this is the start of the afternoon, I'm going to ask committee members to introduce themselves, and I will call on you in the order that I see you on my screen, beginning with Representative Galgay Reckett. You're muted, Representative Reckett.
My name is Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Jim Thorne. I represent District 103, which is Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in Penobscot County.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Steve Moriarty. My district, number 45, consists of the town of Cumberland and part of the town of Gray.
Thank you. Representative Babbage.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Babbage. I represent the town of Kennebunk, District 8.
Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much. I am David Hagan. I represent the great towns of Hamden and Newburgh in Penobscot County, 101.
Thank you. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rena Newell, and I serve as the Passamaquoddy Tribal Representative.
Thank you, Representative Newell. Senator Sanborn.
Good afternoon. I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Senator Keim.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lisa Keim, and I represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you. And I'd like to, Representative Evangelos.
I just signed on, Tom. Did you recognize me?
Yes, for introductions.
Thank you. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91. I live in Friendship.
Thank you. And my Senate co-chair, Senator Carney.
Thank you. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough.
Thank you and welcome all. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which is the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside. And I also want to note the presence of the people that make these committees go. We are joined by our committee clerk, Supi Panett, who is also known as Judiciary Committee, and also by Peggy Reinsch from the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. Thank you as always for your help. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Joshua A. Randlett, Esquire of Hamden, for appointment as a district court judge. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As the chairs of this committee, Senator Carney and I will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representatives, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against this nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People who are called upon to testify are not heard or seen until they are called to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel shortly after today's proceedings conclude. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative David Hagan for the purpose of making such a motion. Representative Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of Mr. Joshua A. Randlett, Esquire of Hamden, for appointment as a district court judge.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Do I have a second on the motion? Seconded by Representative Thorne. Thank you. And for members of the public who are watching or listening on via audio, a copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available online and is accessible by all members of the public. The chair now recognizes Jerry Reed, counsel for Governor Janet T. Mills, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm counsel to Governor Mills, and it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to present Joshua A. Randlett as the governor's nominee for appointment to the Maine District Court. After graduating from law school, Attorney Randlett served a 2-year clerkship with the Maine District Court, where he worked closely with judges and family law magistrates by performing legal research, writing analytical memoranda, and preparing draft orders. He then went into private practice in Bangor, where he developed a statewide litigation practice in both state and federal courts. In 2017, he was named partner at the Rudman and Winchell law firm, where he now serves as chair of the firm's litigation practice group. He is a member of the Supreme Judicial Court's Advisory Committee on the Maine Rules of Civil Procedure and has been nominated to be a member of the Local Rules Advisory Committee for the Maine Federal District Court. He graduated magna cum laude from the University of Maine at Orna with a degree in education, and likewise earned his law degree magna cum laude from the University of Maine School of Law. He also received the Kenneth Clegg Award for the highest score on the July 2010 Maine bar exam. In 12 years of practice, Joshua Randlett has earned an outstanding reputation as a smart and hardworking lawyer with great integrity. He has a calm demeanor and understands the need to ensure people feel heard and respected. He promises to have a long and productive career in the judicial branch, and I ask for your support for his appointment as a judge to the Maine District Court.
Thank
you
Mr.
very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, for bringing this nomination forward. Are there any questions from committee members for the Governor's Counsel, Jerry Reed? Seeing none, I will now turn to John Hobson, the chair of the Judicial Selection Committee, for a statement on behalf of the nominee. Welcome, Mr. Hobson.
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is John Hobson. I am chair of Governor Mills's Judicial Selection Committee, and on behalf of the committee, I request that this committee act favorably on the nomination of Joshua Randlett for District Court in the state of Maine. Mr. Reed has gone through the resume accomplishments of Mr. Randlett, and they're impressive, including the clerkship for 2 years in the district court. Be very familiar with the work of the district court, and the fact that he is now the chair of a department of what is one of the premier litigation firms in the state. And I want to speak a little bit about what Mr. Ranlett from the committee's brings to the district court. He was very well recommended by, when we did inquiries, by his peers, by other practitioners in the Bangor area, as someone who really is going to be a significant asset to the state. And one of the aspects of this is the range in ages that is important to have on the bench. When I first started this job, one of the things we were looking at, and this is over the years, this is over the last 20 years that I've done this, look at experience among other things. But one of the things I learned in this process that it was important to have a range of ages at the district court level. I learned when, for example, Judge Nivison was named to the bench way back in the 90s, and that he was had about, or maybe a little less actually, experience of Mr. Ranlett. And when he went to the bench, he was an absolute star, is really, I guess, the way to put it. Somebody who was, even today, you will hear people, even though he's now part of the federal system, invoke his name as someone who, when you look up the word judge in a dictionary, you'll see his picture. There are any number of other judges who we have put, this committee, along with the governor, has put on the bench with similar experience as Mr. Ranlett. Justice Gorman, Justice Softly, among others, have been among those who have ascended to the bench with the type of experience, and sometimes less, candidly, than Mr. Ranlett. And it's really the quality of the individual that matters in terms of the position of judge. And that's been borne out by those who have gone on to have stellar careers in the judiciary. And I fully expect, and the committee fully expects, that Mr. Ranlett will do the same. He brings to it, as Mr. Reed said, the demeanor and obviously the intellectual heft, if you will, to the position, and a real commitment to public service. He also brings, which from the public, from the private sector standpoint, having been involved in the private sector for a number of years, that's another benefit. And to the extent that he doesn't have the same substantial criminal experience as others, as I discussed with Peter Malia, he has all the requisite tools to be able to pick up that very quickly. And it's just the other side of the coin from when we put prosecutors forward who have experience. If you get the people who have the qualities and the intellectual ability and the willingness to work, they are able to serve the people of the state of Maine and pick up the substantive area of the law, of criminal law, very quickly and do a stellar job. And it's the full expectation of the Judicial Selection Committee that if this committee were to act favorably on Mr. Ranlett, he will go on to have what is likely to be a stellar career in the Maine judicial system and as part of the Maine judicial branch, and will be somebody who maybe in future years, someone like me will be saying, I remember when Mr. Ranlett was before the Judicial Committee and he had the experience of this, and look what he became, and people maybe even invoking his name. I mean, he has that potential. And it is important to get people, part of our job in the Judicial Selection Committee is try to get the best people with the best qualities as judges in the state of Maine. And as a part of that, sometimes it's important to attract people like Mr. Ranlett, who has the experience of Mr. Ranlett, to be able to come on at that point and develop their careers within the judicial branch. And that's what the committee felt in recommending Mr. Ranlett, and obviously the governor in nominating Mr. Ranlett, and is with the full confidence that that's what will happen here, is the committee requests that this committee act favorably on the nomination of Mr. Ranlett. Thank you very much. I'd obviously be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobson, for that statement. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Hobson? And I'm just going to run through If there are, please raise your electronic hand and keep it up so that I can see it. And I am not seeing any. And please, if I miss people, we have quite a few people in the participant room, panelist room. Please don't be shy to let me know. Again, thank you to the governor's representatives for moving this nomination forward. The chair will now recognize and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary, Mr. Joshua A. Randall, Esquire, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome, sir, and begin when you're comfortable.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Representative Harnett and Senator Carney and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Josh Franlett. I live in Hamden, Maine with my wife, Megan, and our two daughters, Hannah and Sadie, who are 7 and 5. And they are just such a source of pride and joy for my wife and I. I am convinced that they are going to go on and do far bigger and better things in life than I could ever imagine. And usually the wall that you see behind me is plastered in their artwork, but I actually took it down yesterday because I wasn't sure that all of the unicorns and rainbows that they've made for me really reflected the solemnity of today's proceedings, but it's usually there. I am both excited and humbled to be here with you today to discuss my nomination as a judge of the Maine District Court. I would like to start by thanking Governor Mills for her nomination. It is a great honor to know that the governor and the members of our Judicial Selection Committee have faith in me to be a fair, capable judge. I would also be remiss not to thank my wife, Megan, for her support and sacrifices over the years. Despite having her own very busy career as an in-house attorney for a healthcare organization, she has shouldered the burden for our family on many early mornings, late nights, and weekends when I had to work. And without her support, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I want to tell you a little bit about myself and where I come from. I am a proud, lifelong Mainer. I grew up in Turner, Maine, which is just north of the Lewiston-Auburn area. My mother worked as an occupational therapist at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. And anyone who has ever met my mother knows that her calling in life is to help people. And she demonstrates daily the virtues of compassion, humility, and patience. These are values which have been ingrained in me over the years, and they are ones which I will take with me to the bench. I think they are vital attributes for any judge to have. My father is a practicing attorney. When I was growing up, he had his own private practice in Lewiston. And I have memories of being a young kid going to the office with my dad on snow days or at other random times. And secretaries would let me play on the typewriter, and it was actually an old-fashioned typewriter. And they'd let me help with the filing, even though I'm quite sure that I just made more work for them, but they were very gracious. I knew from a young age that I wanted to follow in my dad's footsteps and become a lawyer. My dad later went on to have a successful career with the Attorney General's office, which is where he still works today in the Natural Resources Division. As I got older and the idea of law school became more real, he would sometimes let me tag along with him to watch depositions or other court proceedings. Seeing him in action solidified my goal that I wanted to go to law school. I went to college at the University of Maine in Orono. I graduated with a degree in secondary education. And while I had some great experiences as a student teacher, law school remained the ultimate goal. And so after graduating college, I went on to attend the University of Maine School of Law in Portland. My final year of law school proved to be the most impactful on my life. First and foremost, because I had the good fortune to meet my wife in business law class, which is probably why I'm not a business attorney, but also because I was able to spend much of my third year in law school in the school's legal aid clinics. The cases that I worked on included family law, juvenile defense, and criminal defense. And it gave me a feel for the varied work that the district courts of Maine do. And while I had known for a long time that I wanted to be a lawyer, it was my time spent in the legal aid clinics that sparked my desire to become a litigator. After graduating law school and passing the bar, I worked as a law clerk for the Maine District Court for 2 years. I split my time between the Lewiston District Court and the Bangor District Court, and I was fortunate to work closely with some very experienced and extremely knowledgeable judges. They took it upon themselves to mentor me and they were frequently pulling me into the courtroom to observe just about everything that comes before the district court. I was able to see some examples of very good lawyering, but more importantly, I had a front row seat to see justice in action. It was invaluable and quite frankly inspiring to see how the district court had a very real and important impact in people's lives. And even though I played just a very tiny role in that process, I knew from early on in my clerkship that my dream career would be to be a trial lawyer and then ultimately someday, hopefully, a trial court judge. Over my 2 years as a law clerk, just about every type of case that the district court handles came across my desk at one time or another. I helped judges write decisions in family cases. I helped them research and write orders on motions to suppress in criminal cases. And I was constantly soaking up anything and everything that I could learn from them, from how they assessed the credibility of a particular witness, to how they were analyzing a certain legal issue, to why they ended up ruling the way that they did. By working closely with the judges, I learned firsthand how to follow the law and the rules to impartially and fairly reach a decision in the case. Following my clerkship, I worked as an associate with the firm Richardson, Whitman, Large & Badger in their Bangor office. My work involved primarily, although not exclusively, personal injury and other tort defense. My first boss had a sink or swim approach, and I was taking my first deposition within weeks of starting. It was a bit nerve-wracking at the time, but it really was the best way to learn. I was soon handling my own busy caseload and working closely with my mentor on some very complex and high-profile matters. After 3 years at that firm, I moved to Redmond, Winchell, and Bangor, where I continued to focus on civil litigation. I worked as an associate there for just over 2 years before becoming partner. I've been the chair of our firm's litigation department for the past few years, and I'm also the partner in charge of professional ethics and risk management. I believe that these roles speak to the fact that my partners and colleagues at the firm trust my judgment and value my insight. I have a very busy litigation practice, focusing primarily on employment law, but I also handle other types of complex civil cases such as business, commercial, and real estate disputes. Given the nature of my current practice, I don't spend as much time in district court as I do in other venues. I'm frequently litigating cases before the Maine Human Rights Commission, the superior courts throughout the state of Maine, and in federal court. I've briefed and argued cases before the Maine Law Court and the First Circuit Court of Appeals. That being said, my work over the years has included some district court litigation. I've done family law, I've done some criminal defense, PFA and PFH cases, small claims, and FEDs. Additionally, as I mentioned, I'm the chair of my firm's litigation department. The attorneys in that group have diverse practice areas, and as the department head, I frequently consult with them regarding status and strategy for their cases. This includes criminal cases, family cases, and other district court litigation. I'm active in the legal community, and I think I've become a respected civil practitioner. As Mr. Reed mentioned, for the past several years, I've served on the advisory committee for the Maine Rules of Civil Procedure, which is commissioned by the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. I was previously on the Civil Process Improvement Stakeholders Working Group, also commissioned by the Supreme Judicial Court. And I was recently appointed to be a member of the United States District Court's Local Rules Committee for the District of Maine. The experiences that I've had throughout my career will enable me to make meaningful and positive contributions to the bench. I've developed the ability to quickly digest and master some rather dense material. Being a litigator has taught me how to be comfortable in the courtroom, how to be quick on my feet, and to make important decisions quickly while under pressure. It's instilled in me a very strong work ethic. The rules of evidence and procedure are tools that I use on a daily basis. I've gained the ability to read people and assess credibility. But most importantly, I think that I've developed a reputation among my peers for being practical, fair-minded, patient, and courteous. The district court is very much the people's court. Every day, real people with real problems walk through the courthouse doors, often during a time of crisis in their lives. My goal as a judge will be to see that everyone who comes before me leaves feeling they were heard, they were respected, and they were treated fairly, regardless of whether they were on the winning or the losing side of the case. I'm confident that I can serve the people of Maine well. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramlett. And I would now turn to members to see if there are any committee members with questions for the nominee. If you have them, please raise your electronic hand, and I will do my best to call on you in the order that you have raised them. I will begin with Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Ranlett.
Good afternoon.
I only had one quick question. What type of, I think I heard you say you appeared before the Maine Human Rights Commission on cases. I was just wondering what kind of cases, how you could characterize them, please.
Sure. I've handled a lot of different types of cases that are pending or have been before the Human Rights Commission. A lot of it is employment related, so it could be anything ranging from allegations of racial discrimination, sex discrimination, age discrimination, retaliation for having asserted various rights. And I've also done some public accommodation cases before the commission where, entities that are subject to the public accommodations portions of the Americans with Disabilities Act have advanced various claims of discrimination as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos, for your response, Mr. Ranlett. Representative Babich.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. And good afternoon, Attorney Ranlett. Delighted. I'm happy for your nomination and congratulations.
Thank you.
First of all, could you tell me, I'm not sure if I understood where you spent your formative years. Where'd you go to school, your schooling and all of that prior to UMaine-Orono?
Sure. So I am a product of SAD 52, which is Turner, Leeds, and Green. So through high school, I went to Levitt Area High School in Turner. Then I went on to the University of Maine at Orono and then Maine Law School.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I guess what I would like to, I'm very impressed with your resume and what you've achieved in a reasonably short amount of time. And certainly you are a rising star in the profession. And so I am glad to be sitting on this committee at a time where you reach a major threshold in your professional career. I will say, as a 72-year-old on this committee, that often I see the value of experience many times, and I spent my time in my professional career in a classroom. And when I hired new teachers, actually at Kennebunk High, it was kind of a sought after a teaching assignment. So seldom did we get brand new teachers in our schools, but I do recall taking a chance on a person that was right out of school, and the concern that we always had with new teachers was the assertion of professionalism being their priority rather than the children themselves. You know what I mean? Once they get their feet on the ground, then they start becoming a truly a listening, compassionate, empathetic person. And with regard to our appointments to the bench, there is a premium on efficiency and decision making. But honestly, when I recall one time conversing with somebody that had been reappointed, actually, but them talking about their decisiveness and so forth. But that actually was concerning to me more than placating any concerns, because obviously a truly secure person and is empathetic and takes the time that is necessary to be that person presiding. So what I'm talking about is the effect of power, of authority in the courtroom. And can you comment on that? How do you see yourself performing on the bench as a and I'm you have been mentored, you will be mentored but I'm interested in your response to my remarks.
Sure, I'd be happy to address that. So I'll start by saying that through the clerkship, you mentioned that I'd been mentored, but it was the best opportunity that I think I could ever have had coming out of law school, to be sitting in the court watching these judges that I work with on a daily basis handle some really heavy stuff, whether it's a child protective case or a criminal case or whatever, and seeing the compassion with which they treated people, the dignity and integrity with which they treated people, has been something that has always really stuck out to me and stayed with me. And my general nature, just the way that I've always been, is to treat people fairly and with respect. And I'm very patient by my nature. So I see my demeanor in the courtroom carrying that through, so to speak. I think that I would do a very good job, and I would strive to make sure that, yes, we're moving things along efficiently, but that the people who are there in that courtroom with me at the time feel as though that their case is the only thing that I'm paying attention to, and it's the only thing that matters at that point in time, because for them, that's the most important point in their life. And I want to make sure that they have the attention and the respect that they deserve, so that they can leave feeling that they got a just result. I feel like I can really do that. That's a trait that I've tried to bring to my career from day one. In terms of decisiveness, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I appreciate those words, and I mean, to be fair to the new teachers that I hired, I will say that they were facing older teenagers, so assertion of authority sometimes is necessary. But we did hear some testimony today about prosecutors versus defense attorneys, not versus, but comparative to defense attorneys being appointed to the bench. And we hear testimony that in a person's experience, that prosecutors have mellowed over time because of the humanity that came before them. I don't know if that's the norm or the exception, but you also have represented institutions or corporations or whatever, and so the experience in the courtroom will also be an expansion of experience on your part. So I just ask you to keep those ideas in mind, and thank you very much for your words.
Certainly, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Randall, thank you for your presentation. It was extremely thorough and concise and very well done. And it left me with almost nothing to ask. So I have sort of cribbled together what you may find to be a giant softball, and I'll go forward all the same. I note that when you joined Rudman & Winchell in the late 2015, that you moved out of the family law and criminal defense area and have not practiced in those areas since. On the other hand, you've explained the benefits of your 2 years as a full-time clerk in the district court system. So the question simply is, do you foresee any difficulties in transitioning back into criminal law and family law, which taken together make up I think a very, very substantial percentage of the caseload of the district court?
So there's certainly going to be a learning curve involved there. I absolutely recognize that. And, frankly, I think that's true of any new appointee who's going to be going to the bench for the first time. There's going to be some aspect of the law that they're not quite as familiar with as others. But I think that I'm up to the task. And fortunately, I do at least have some baseline familiarity with criminal, family, things of that nature from which to work. But I'm going to have to get back into the swing of things, so to speak. And in fact, over the last couple of weeks, as I've been just thinking about this process, I've started digging back into Title 19A and the bail code and things like that, just to kind of get my mind going back in that direction. And one other thing that I can say about myself is I just know that based on my own internal drive and personality, I've got to put in the work that's necessary to get to where I need to be. I'm very confident of that. And it's a lot of work, but I'm up to it.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Representative Reckett.
Welcome, Mr. Randlet.
Hello.
A couple of things. One is I'm intrigued that you're from Turner because I have a slew of relatives in Turner, although they came to me by marriage, not by birth. But I think I tried to count in my head. I think I have 12 relatives in Turner, maybe. But
Wow.
Unfortunately, I had 14 before the horrible murders. But I wanted to ask you about your experience at Cumberland Legal Aid, which sort of connects with what you were saying in your last response to Representative Moriarty. I think I want to know what sorts of cases that you handled there were the most impactful for you.
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that. So I did, when I was at Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic, I did two of the different clinics. One was the juvenile defense and the other one was the general civil. One case, well, I guess I'll back up. As you probably know, a big part of any clinic you do there is going to PFA Day in Lewiston District Court. And I had led, thankfully, a pretty sheltered life up to that point in time for me. And going to PFA Day and doing that throughout clinic was really an eye-opening experience for me to see some of the struggles that people have to go through on a daily basis that I had never had to experience. And it was eye-opening and humanizing to me to see that some people, home is not a safe place for them. And so that, it wasn't one specific case, but the experience as a whole was something that stuck with me. There's also another matter that kind of sticks out to me. It was a juvenile defense case with a child who was on some rather significant charges. And I don't want to get into the details on it, but it was a valuable experience for seeing how good kids can make bad choices sometimes and how sometimes they just need a little help to get back on the right track. Unfortunately, I graduated and left the clinic before that case resolved, and I don't know what happened. But he's somebody that I've thought about from time to time, hoping that he was one of the success stories.
Yeah, from my own experience, I don't know where the echo's coming from. From my own experience, that's one of the most frustrating things is not knowing what the end game, the end result is of the things you've tried to do. I just have one other quick semi-connected thing. You spoke briefly of the getting re-familiarized with the bail code. I'm on the Criminal Justice Committee too, and so I pay a lot of attention to the bail code. And I'm concerned that we continue to refine our utilization of the bail system in a way that encourages not just show up at court, but encourages people to step up to the plate and be better along the way. I mean, I think it has to be part of the restorative process of justice. And it's a little scary to me. I live in Cumberland County, where the jail is routinely full of people who can't pay bail. So my question is, do you have any thoughts around, other than main pretrial, about what can be done around not having people filling up the jails who are simply there because they can't afford to pay the bail?
That's a really important but tough policy question. And I wish that I had a good 30-second soundbite that I could give to you that would solve that. Unfortunately, I don't. I suppose the best that I can say is that bail and the bail code play, I think, an important role in our system. And to the extent possible, when appropriate, people should ideally not be locked up in jail while they await their day in court. And how we get from point A to point B to make that happen. Maine Pretrial Services, they do amazing work, and they're a very important institution. Whatever we can do to support them, I think is a good thing. Beyond that, I'm not sure that I know how to solve the problem at this point. So my apologies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Reckitt. Senator Carney.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the committee, Mr. Ranlett. It's nice to hear your presentation. I wanted to ask you a question about the materials you submitted, particularly with regard to how Maine's justice system could be improved. And I noted that you said you serve on the advisory committee relative to the civil rules, and that you mentioned that one thing that might be implemented that could help facilitate deciding or resolving cases was what you referred to as the differentiated case management system. That's something we haven't heard from other nominees to judicial positions. And I was wondering if you could tell us what that is and how you foresee that being an improvement in our system.
I'd be happy to. And I guess I should start with a disclaimer that the differentiated case management system, or DCM, is something that we spent a lot of time on at the advisory committee over the years. But as of right now, I don't know precisely where that stands in terms of whether it's going to be implemented, or exactly, if so, what the end result's going to look like. But conceptually, at least what we were dealing with at the committee level, is a more hands-on and individualized case management system for civil cases when they come into the court. So as you probably know, in Superior Court, for example, when a new case comes in, for the most part, you get a standard scheduling order that goes right out. The goal behind the differentiated case management system is to break different case types into different groups and have them be more able to be individually tailored by the judge that's going to be assigned to that case, to figure out how complex of a case is this? How much time are we really going to need for all the procedures here? And ideally, it would be a way to more efficiently move cases forward so that the ones that really only need a small amount of time for discovery can go down that course. And the ones that are really complex and really do need a year of discovery can have that process available to them. But the goal is to streamline things and make it appropriate for each individual case.
Thank you. That's really interesting. Appreciate your answer.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Representative Babich, I see your hand is still up, but I'm guessing you're through. Thank you. I will look at the committee list again and ask if there are any other members of the committee with questions for the nominee. If so, please raise your electronic hand and I will recognize you. Thank you. I am not seeing any more questions from committee members. Thank you for your responses to the questions from the committee, Mr. Ranlett, and we will now move forward with comments from the public.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted that statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee at his request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to that written comment if he desires. People who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chair, at which time they will be promoted to a panelist status in Zoom, where they will be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from committee members, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. Right now, we only have persons who have registered to testify in support of the nomination, but after we get through those, I will ask if there are any persons who wish to testify against the nomination or have any other comments to provide. So at this point, I will look to the attendee room and ask people who want to speak in favor of the nomination to raise their electronic hand and keep it up until you are recognized. And the first person that I have is Jason Jabber. And I would ask the committee clerk to please move Mr. Jabber over to panelist status. And he's slowly moving over. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jabber.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Please begin your testimony when you're comfortable.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jason Jabber. I'm a partner at Jabber Liberty in Waterville, Maine, and I practice law throughout the state. I live in Yarmouth. On behalf of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association, I'm here to testify in support of the nomination of Joshua A. Randlett to the Maine District Court. The MTLA surveys our membership as to a candidate's skill, competence, and legal demeanor. Members of our executive committee consider these responses and include their experiences and insights as to the nominee. Today's testimony reflects the broad consensus of that process. Our members who participated in the survey rated the nominee positively. Respondents called him smart, talented, and said he had a congenial manner that will serve him well in the district court. In considering this nomination, the leadership of the MTLA noted the nominee's experience in criminal, civil, and family law matters and his demonstrated skill at handling a large and complex caseload. Our leadership also noted his dedication to improving our justice system through his service on the advisory committee for the Maine Rules of Civil Procedure and the Civil Process Improvements Stakeholders Working Group. I have in common with Joshua Randlett the experience of growing up as the son of a practicing lawyer, which includes playing on typewriters and something he didn't talk about but has probably done, which is photocopying his hands, and if he's really daring, his face, depending on how young he was. I have not had the experience to meet him on a personal or professional level, but I look forward to someday appearing before him on the bench. I certainly echo John Hobson's comments about the benefit of securing a young and talented legal mind with practical experience to Maine's bench. So based on his diversity of legal practice, his established work ethic, his service to the justice system, and his high evaluations by our members, the Maine Trial Lawyers Association is proud to endorse the nomination of Joshua A. Randlett to the Maine District Court. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Jabber, for taking time out of your day to present your testimony to the committee. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Jabber? If so, if you could please raise your electronic hand, keep it up. And I am not seeing any. So thank you very much. You have moved back to attendee status. And I will now ask the committee clerk to please move Eric Uyul over as a panelist, followed by Joshua Tardy and then Caitlin Smith. So we'll take a few minutes to get folks over. And Eric, I am not certain I pronounced your name correctly, so I'll hear it from you first, but please be welcome to the committee and please begin your testimony when you're comfortable.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Eric Uyul, I think that you did nail that. Thank you, committee members, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Josh. My name is Eric Uyul. I'm an attorney in Portland, Maine at the firm of Richardson, Whitman, Large and Badger. And I've been an attorney for 35 years, and I've had the pleasure to know and work with Josh for several years. I have to tell you, when Josh told me that he was nominated for this position, I was very excited because I just think Josh would be a natural. When I think of Josh, I can practically see him in a robe. I really think he'll do a good job in the courtroom and would be a great asset. I've been involved with Josh in many cases as an attorney, but also in addition to an attorney, I also serve as a mediator. And I've had the opportunity to serve as a mediator in cases in which Josh represented one of the parties. And as a mediator, you get a really kind of a different perspective on an attorney because they take off their gloves a little bit more relaxed. And so I think through that process, I got to know Josh very well and was able to see the qualities that he would be able to bring to the bench. So in my 35 years, of course, I've had a lot of opportunities to see and appear in front of many different judges. And I think everyone on this committee knows and appreciates that in Maine, we really have an excellent judiciary. We have a very high quality of judges. And I know that Josh would very much meet the high standards of Maine's judiciary, and he would be a real asset to the state of Maine serving as a judge. Also, in my 35 years as an attorney, I've actually thought a lot about what does it mean to be a good judge? What qualities really does a judge bring to bear to be a successful and good judge? And here are just a few, and I think Josh meets all of these. First, to be a good judge, you really have to be balanced. You have to have what's called a judicial temperament. You need to be able to show balance between the parties, no favoritism. You have to be able to show empathy and understanding towards the parties' positions. Josh has the perfect temperament for this position, very much has what we think of as a judicial temperament. He's even-keeled, he's measured, and he's very thoughtful. Josh definitely meets this factor. In addition to be a good judge, I think you have to be a good communicator. You need to be able to convey the law and your rulings, and you have to be clear and concise. Josh has shown us today that he is an excellent communicator and he has these skills. He's an effective speaker and he's efficient and he clearly presents his position. Josh also meets this factor. To be a good judge, you obviously have to be intelligent. We've seen today how bright Josh is. He really is a smart guy. To be a good judge, you have to be able to understand the parties' positions, assess the facts, and apply the law. And you have to be kind of the most knowledgeable person on a particular topic in the end in order to issue a ruling and your judgment. Josh is clearly very sharp. And certainly as a mediator, I was always impressed by his ability to show that he was the smartest guy in any particular topic. And I could rely on him for his insights on whatever measure it was that we were trying to mediate. Josh definitely meets this factor. And also, of course, to be a good judge, you have to have integrity and you have to be ethical. You have to show that justice is neutral and that the rule of law governs. As a judge, you really have to be beyond reproach. As a mediator, I was able to see that Josh was forthright, fair, and truthful. And he would honestly and frankly talk to me about his case's strengths and strengths and weaknesses. Josh is a very ethical guy with the highest level of integrity. He also meets this factor. Josh has all of these qualities and more, but maybe most importantly, Josh really is just a great guy who is willing and wants to serve the judicial process and serve his community and the state of Maine. And we're all very lucky to have him in that position. We really are. I know he will be effective and successful in this position, and I'm happy to wholeheartedly endorse and recommend Josh for this position. Thank you very much. And of course, glad to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ewell, for your testimony today. We lost you a little bit at the end, so if you could stay close to your mic in the event there are questions. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Ewell? And please raise your electronic hand if you have some. I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much for taking the time to present your testimony on the nominee today. We greatly appreciate it. Next, we'll call upon Joshua Tardy. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, sir. Please begin your testimony when you're comfortable.
Thank you and good afternoon, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, and distinguished committee members. I am Joshua Tardy. I reside in Newport, Maine, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the nomination of Joshua Randlett to be a judge of the Maine District Court. I began working at Rudman Winchell in 2018 when I rejoined that firm in an of-counsel basis, and it was in short order that I was able to assess Mr. Randlett's impressive legal capabilities. He is very smart. He's an excellent, concise legal writer. He efficiently manages a diverse caseload ranging from complex multi-party litigation where he might be in federal court on a Monday to representing individuals in a contentious protection from abuse matter in a district court where he would like to preside. He manages a this litigation section of our firm. It's no easy task. We operate in a fast-paced, stressful atmosphere, and he's looked at and looked to by members of our firm to advise and strategize on a daily basis. And I've learned to very much rely upon his counsel and value his input as I consistently huddle my word with him as I manage my caseload. But what is just as important to me, and I think, and I hope to the committee, is that Josh always displays those demeanor traits that are important for our judges. He's always has a cool and calm temperament. He never appears flustered, although I'm sure he is at times. He never appears angry, although I'm sure he's been that too. And he is always kind. He doesn't say a bad word about anybody, and he doesn't do that. And his demeanor does not sacrifice his ability to be decisive or firm. I think he'll have complete command of the courtroom. I would respectfully suggest, Mr. Chair, that he blends intellect, legal experience, integrity, and a demeanor that is part of that, what we look for is the secret sauce. I think he's an excellent choice for the Maine District Court bench. And, I've had the honor of serving on judicial selection committees for now over a decade. I can't quite catch Chair Hobson in that, but I can tell you that I am always inspired by the willingness of practitioners who have just highly successful private practices to forego sort of a lucrative avenue and embark on a public service journey. If he is confirmed, and I hope you will support this, we will miss him and it will be a loss for Rudman Winchell. But on behalf of the firm, I can tell you we are very, very proud, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tardy. Are there questions from committee members for Joshua Tardy? If so, if you could please raise your electronic hand. And I am taking a look and seeing none. Thank you, Josh, for being here today, taking time out of your day to testify on this nominee. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
I will now turn to Caitlin Smith, who has been moved over as a panelist. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Ms. Smith, please begin your testimony when you're comfortable.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Caitlin Smith, and I am a resident of Hamden, Maine, and I am honored to be here today testifying in support of the nomination of Joshua Randlett to the Maine District Court bench. I have known and practiced with Josh for a little over 6 years, and I am certain that he has all of the qualities necessary to make an outstanding judge. Josh and I practiced together in the litigation department of our firm, of which he has been the lead attorney for over 3 years and has excelled at that role. Not only has he been the head of our litigation department, he has also been our steadfast leaders on all things related to ethics. Whenever a young lawyer or a seasoned lawyer had an ethical issue, his door was the one knocked on. Josh spent countless hours working through those important and delicate issues with all of us. Josh also has an acute attention to detail and a strong desire to get things right. He has never filed anything with a court without rereading it countless times to ensure that it is accurate and without fault. Not only was Josh a strong leader in our firm, he has also been a distinguished and successful practitioner. Josh is not only highly intelligent, but also exceptionally fair and very kind. No matter how big the case or the degree of stress, Josh has the ability to maintain a calm and thoughtful delivery. It is quite a task to try to describe Josh Randlett and the quality of his character in such a short time period. I think the easiest way to explain the type of attorney Josh is and the type of judge he would be is to share with you a story about Josh, the dad. Josh has the opportunity to hang some distinguished degrees on the wall of his office. He could hang prestigious awards, including the one for the highest score on the main bar exam. For those fortunate enough to attend Zoom conference with Josh, however, hanging proudly behind him were, as Josh mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, countless drawings his daughters have made for him. Whether the colors remain perfectly in the lines or branch well outside, you can tell that Josh cherishes each one, not for the beauty of the image, but for his love and admiration for the artist. For those of you who have been lucky enough to hear stories regarding his delightfully witty daughter, Hannah, you know how much his family means to him. As Josh was explaining the proceedings here today and what it meant to be a judge in a rather elementary way to his kiddos, one of those items was about the respect for the law and the respect given to a judge by standing when they enter a courtroom. Hannah, without missing a beat, said, "Dad, I hope you don't expect me to stand up every time you walk into the living room." And that's just one of the many stories that Josh would share with us at the firm about his children. In my years working with Josh, I consider myself a better litigator, a better attorney, and an overall better person. When I turn to Josh for advice on a case, whether it be family law, general civil litigation, or criminal law, rarely will Josh ask who is on the other side. That is because Josh's interpretation of the law and his application of the facts to the law does not depend on whether the opposition is self-represented or represented by a practitioner with 30 plus years experience. Josh does not waver in his respect for the law, nor the people that avail themselves of its protections. If you accept his nomination to the bench, I can tell you that his last day at Redmond Minshall will be incredibly somber for those of us that he leaves behind. That being said, I can attest that the reward to our legal community will be far greater. In summary, Josh has earned the utmost respect of his colleagues, peers, in the main bar. I have no doubt he will make an excellent district court judge, and I strongly urge you to vote in favor of Joshua Ramlett's nomination to the district court bench. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to present your testimony in support of the nominee to the committee today. We greatly appreciate it. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Smith? If so, please raise your electronic hand and I will go through the list. And I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much for being here today and educating us about the nominee. Greatly appreciate it. I will now go back to the attendee room to see if there are any other persons who wish to testify in support of the nominee. If so, please raise your electronic hand and keep it raised. I am seeing none. If there are any persons who wish to testify in opposition to the nominee, please raise your electronic hand and keep it raised. And I am seeing none, so I will ask if there are any persons who wish to provide comment neither for nor against the nominee to please raise your electronic hand and keep it up. And I am seeing none, so that will conclude this portion of the hearing. And I will now move to the concluding statement by the chair. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee since this hearing began. Are there any such documents, Committee Clerk Panett?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We will vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA, Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days of the date of the governor's written notice, and we are well within that time frame. Therefore, the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for Mr. Joshua A. Randlett, Esquire of Hamden, for appointment as a district court judge is closed. We will proceed to the taking of the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, I will ask whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. If there is an objection, if committee members could please raise their electronic hand to let me know. And I am not seeing any objections. So with that, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Joshua A. Randlett, Esquire of Hamden for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Seeing that we are, I will ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Senator Kime.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Libby. Mr. Chair, the roll call is complete.
Thank you very much, Soupy. 13 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary that the nomination of Mr. Joshua A. Randlett, Esquire of Hamden for appointment of a district court as a district court judge be confirmed. Mr. Randlett, congratulations, heartfelt congratulations from the committee. We thank you very much for your promise to serve the people of Maine. Were we all in the committee together, we would come down and congratulate you personally with a handshake and some words, but that's not how we operate these days. So please take as our sincere appreciation this virtual round of applause. And again, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Representative, and thank you to everybody else. I appreciate being here with you today.
Okay. And best of luck in this new chapter in your life. Thank you. That concludes the hearing on this nomination. Our next hearing is scheduled to begin at 3:30. So you get a little break. I would ask committee members to try to be back just a couple minutes before 3:30, because that way we will be back by 3:30. And we can begin the hearing then. So until then, thank you very much. And we will see you all at 3:30. Take care. And just remember to shut off your cameras and mute your microphones.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sylvia. And this is Chris Babbage talking. I wanted to ask you, if I could, do you prefer Megan, Meg, M-E-G, or Megan as your first name?
Funny question. My mother says Megan. My father says Megan.
So you don't have a preference there. How about your last name? 2 or 3 syllables, Sylvian or Sylvian?
It's 3 syllables, Sylvian. It's
Great.
phonetic
Thank you.
except for the Z.
Well, it's an important day, so we want to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you for getting that all out of the way, Representative Babbage. Much appreciated. And welcome to the Judiciary Committee. We'll be starting in just a minute. I asked committee members to be back by 3:28, and then I failed to do so, so I really can't give anybody a hard time, but we can't start until 3:30, and I bet we have a full group by then. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3. We have 9 committee members by my count. We have a quorum, but I'm just going to wait one more. It's still not 3:30, so. The committee clerk will get very upset if I start the hearing before the appointed time. And there she is. Thank you, Supi. Okay, I have it as 3:30. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee for our final confirmation hearing of the day. We've had 2 long and productive days with lots of confirmations in front of us, and it's really remarkable to see so many people stepping up to serve the people of Maine in this way. And I thank everybody, committee members, the members of the governor's staff, the Judicial Selection Committee, the nominees, and all persons who have testified to make this process work. So my heartfelt thanks. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Megan K. Sylvian Esquire of Holden for appointment as a district court judge. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of this committee, Senator Carney and I will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representatives, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak and promoted to panelist status. This meeting is being recorded and will be available to view on the committee's YouTube channel shortly after today's proceedings conclude. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Chris Babbage for the purpose of making such a motion. Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of Ms. Megan K. Sylvian, Esquire of Holden, for appointment as a district court judge.
Thank you for the motion, Representative Babbage. Do I have a second? Seconded by Senator Carney. Thank you very much. For members of the public who are watching or listening via the audio feed from the legislature, a copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available and accessible to the public online. The chair notes that there are two representatives of the governor's office here today. I will first recognize Mr. Jerry Reed, Chief Counsel for Governor Janet T. Mills, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm counsel to Governor Mills, and it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to present Megan K. Sylvian as the governor's nominee for appointment to the Maine District Court. Megan Sylvian has worked in the Attorney General's office as a child protective attorney since graduating from law school in 2012. Her first 2 years in the office were spent as a trial attorney, handling a caseload of about 100 cases, primarily in Skowhegan District Court. Since 2014, she has served as lead appellate counsel for the Attorney General's office on child protective cases, preparing hundreds of briefs to the law court and performing oral arguments. Since 2016, she has served as the AG's office's code designee on the Supreme Judicial Court's Advisory Committee on the Maine Rules of Appellate Procedure. She also volunteers within her community by serving on the school board. Attorney Sylvian graduated cum laude from Boston College with a degree in linguistics, while also minoring in theology. She earned her law degree cum laude from the University of Maine School of Law. She also received the Kenneth Clegg Award for the highest score on the 2012 Maine bar exam. Only 10 years out of law school, Megan Sylvian is regarded as one of the most capable lawyers in the Attorney General's office. Her legal writing and analytical skills are superb. Her work ethic is outstanding. She is thoughtful and empathetic. She has impeccable judgment and cares deeply about the administration of justice in our society. She's an excellent candidate for appointment to the district court. And Chair Harnett, if I could, I'd like to say a few additional words about this nominee and how she came to be before the committee today. I think it was during a nomination hearing last year when I got a question from a committee member about the selection process and whether it was purely application based. And I explained at that time that it's not, and that we do engage in some affirmative recruitment of candidates that we believe are particularly deserving of consideration. And Megan Sylvian is a rare product of that process. And there was literally a groundswell of support for this nomination. It came from multiple sitting justices of the state Supreme Court and other judges before whom Attorney Sylvian appeared on a regular basis. I've heard this personally from those judges, and Governor Mills has also heard this from the same judges. So with the support and encouragement of the governor, I contacted Attorney Sylvian and asked her if she'd be willing to apply to be considered for a position on the district court. And I can tell you when I did that, she was shocked. I think she was flabbergasted. She can describe that in her own words. She requested some time to think about it. She immediately told me that she thought there were many people who were more deserving than she of that. And I asked that she take the time that she needed to talk to the people she wanted to talk to and give it the consideration that it deserved. She did that, and after a week or two, she got back in touch with me and she said that she couldn't really believe what was going on, but she was willing to take this risk and pursue the prospect of a nomination. So she went through the application process. She went through the interview with the Judicial Selection Committee, and she did remarkably well in that rigorous process. And so I wanted the committee to be aware that although she's only about 10 years out of law school, this is not somebody who thought herself that she necessarily was the ideal candidate to be nominated for judgeship. She was somebody who we approached and strongly encouraged to allow us to consider her. Governor Mills knows her directly from working together with her in the AG's office. And I should say that there is not an ounce of patronage associated with this nomination. It is 100% merit-based. And I think all the committee members know that Governor Mills has incredibly high and exacting standards for her judicial nominations. And Megan Sylvian was one that she personally sought out to be able to consider in light of those standards. So I wanted the committee to be aware of all that. It's not something that I would normally share with the committee, but I think it's appropriate to provide that background as the hearing gets underway. Thank you very much. And of course, I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed, for presenting the nominee on behalf of Governor Janet T. Mills. Are there any questions of committee members for Mr. Reed? I'm going to, if so, please raise your electronic hand and I'll go look through them. I am not seeing any, so thank you very much for your testimony today. And I will now turn to John Hobson, the chair of the Governor's Judicial Selection Committee. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Hobson, and please begin your statement as soon as you're comfortable.
Thank you very much. Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is John Hobson, and I am chair of the Governor's Judicial Selection Committee. On behalf of the committee, I request that this committee act favorably on the nomination of Ms. Sylvian to the Main District Court. Mr. Reed has gone through Ms. Sylvian's impressive credentials, and I want to give you a little bit of background on the thinking of the committee. I put Megan Sylvian in the same category as the nominee that was just previously discussed, which is one of the things we try to do at the committee level is to attract the best, the highest quality individuals to the state judiciary, sometimes at a younger level of experience than other nominees, and the previous nominee fit within that category. We also, and it's very important to us, that there be gender diversity in a range as well as age diversity. And it's not always easy to find people that are willing to take the sacrifices necessary to go on the bench. And so we try to find excellent candidates that fit all those criteria and provide what in our idea is if you have a diverse bench, you get better judges, you get better service to the people of the state of Maine. And so when the committee sat down, and this is a very experienced committee, sat down and interviewed Ms. Sylvian, we wanted to know what would she be as a judge with a robe on for the citizens of the state of Maine. That's the most important thing to us when we interview a candidate. And Ms. Sylvian impressed every member of the committee with her level of maturity, her judgment, and obviously her intellectual ability. And I think I said in response to, or when I was giving my introduction remarks for the previous nominee, that there were judges such as Judge Nivison, Judge Softly, who had entered the bench with similar range of experience. That's also true for Ms. Sylvian's range of experience. And so the committee's cognizant of the fact that we are putting people on the bench. They're going to make important decisions. And we want to have people in the system who are going to be the best possible people for the state of Maine, the highest quality individuals with the highest quality intellect. And in the view of the committee and our recommendation to the governor, Ms. Sylvian was at the top of the list. And it was very important to the committee that we have, as part of the sitting judges in the district court, judges that will go on into the system and hopefully go on to the other levels of the court. And I think that Ms. Sylvian has a very bright future if this committee should so see to put her on the district court, not just in terms of the district court, but in terms of all levels of the state judiciary. And as I said in response to my remarks to the previous nominee, somebody who sits in my chair many, many years down the road may well in the future say, for a nominee at that time in the future is on the younger side of experience, say, I remember when Ms. Sylvian was first in front of the court, and now she's raised as someone who is an example of an outstanding judge. I would fully expect that to be the case in the next 20 plus years. Hopefully, she will serve the people of the state of Maine. And so that's why Ms. Sylvian stands before you today as a nominee, because she went through the process of the Judicial Selection Committee, which is a tough group, and came out and gave the recommendation to the governor. So I just would ask that this committee act favorably on the candidacy of Ms. Sylvian. I, of course, be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobson. Are there any questions from committee members for Mr. Hobson? If so, please raise your electronic hand and keep it up so I can recognize you. Senator Carney.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. And Mr. Hobson, I want to thank you and the Judicial Selection Committee for bringing this nominee forward. I just had one question. I noticed in the application materials that Ms. Sylvian has extraordinarily extensive, actually, district court and law court appellate work. I think maybe even more trial and appellate work than anyone we've seen to date. And it was also in a very focused and complex area of the law. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on the strengths that are reflected for this candidate, or this nominee, excuse me, in having such depth of district court trial and appellate work, and then also any concerns that you might have about the fact that it is in, one area of the law, albeit a very complex and important area of the law.
It is a complex area, and it is also a substantial amount of the district court's jurisdiction. You'll find, Senator Carney, that I'm of the view that if you have the person with a sufficient quality of character and quality of intellect, that they will be able to learn the areas of substantive law that they are not aware of. And what I think this nominee, as Ms. Sylvian, has done is she has demonstrated in those areas absolute and complete excellence in terms of competence, which for me and candidly for members of the committee is basically an indicator that for those other areas where she doesn't have the experience, she's going to apply the same talents and the same work ethic to acquire. And therefore, the excellence she now has in the areas which are substantial in terms of the jurisdiction of the district court, for the areas that she doesn't have, she will gain that knowledge. And she will do so, in our view, rapidly and do an excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Are there any additional questions from committee members for Mr. Hobson? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing anything. Thank you very much again, Mr. Hobson. It's been a long couple of days for you and Mr. Reed. We appreciate all of the work you do in the judicial selection process. Thank you. I will now welcome to the committee our nominee. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, I'll now recognize Ms. Megan K. Sylvian Esquire for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Please begin when you're comfortable.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Megan Sylvian from Holden, and I am here today with gratitude to discuss with you my nomination to serve on the Maine District Court. I thank Jerry and John so much for introducing me this afternoon and covering my life as a professional. I'd like to use this time, if I could, to introduce myself to you as a person. I was born and raised in Penobscot County in the town of Eddington. I am the 6th generation born on the same piece of land there. And it is with pride that I still call just east of the Penobscot my home. That is the community that raised me. And that is the community that I hope to honor with my service to the state of Maine. I am the youngest of 4, and I'm the only daughter to my parents. My mom dedicated years to caring for my brothers and me at home. And when I reached school age, she returned to finish college and become a nurse. This meant that I attended preschool on the UMaine campus while my mom went to class. I remember helping her study flashcards when a difficult exam was coming up. I remember how tired she looked in the mornings when her first job as a nurse was the 3 to 11 p.m. shift. But I don't remember her complaining much about any of that. My dad, who is a civil engineer, worked at the mill in Millinocket for most of my childhood. And for him, that meant adding a long commute to an already long workday. So it's from my parents that I learned first about selflessness, about sacrifice, and about the meaning of hard work. They also taught me a fair bit about tolerance. My parents, who celebrated 45 years of marriage this fall, are members of different political parties. They do not share the same faith tradition. They do not even like the same food. My dad grew up on our farmland, and my mom grew up in town in Bangor. I had a Nana on each side growing up, my 2 grandmothers. One of them taught me how to apply makeup, and the other one taught me how to drive a four-wheeler, her four-wheeler. I have 2 very different sides of my family, equally cherished. And by all of these diverse perspectives, my character has been informed. I'm a graduate of Boston College. The mission of that institution is to educate men and women for others. It's there that I was challenged to imagine how I could best live a life that brought some meaning for myself, but also made a meaningful impact on the world around me. For me, this meant studying the law, which I proudly did at the University of Maine School of Law. It was at BC that I met my husband, who, as fate would have it, is from Brewer. After we graduated, we took a trip up north to canoe the Allagash together with my family. Although we had spent our fair share of time in canoes growing up, I would not call either of us proficient paddlers. And I can certainly say that neither of us were ready for Chase Rapids in June. But here we found ourselves at Churchill Dam, passing all of our supplies for the week to the waterway ranger, who kindly drove them to the bottom of the rapids just in case. We climbed in our canoes. My parents went first, followed by my brother and his wife in their canoe. We watched the course they charted, carefully hoping to mimic their successful, effortless navigation of these Class 2 rapids. And all was well for a bit until we hit a rock. That rock left a gouge in the side of my uncle's canoe that I am still apologizing for. We hit this rock with such force that I was bounced forward off of my seat and onto the floor of the canoe. Because of my height, unbeknownst to me, this left me entirely unable to reach the water with my paddle. So I was indeed air paddling down Chase Rapids. My husband, not realizing this, kept digging in hard. But as it happens, if only one person is paddling and only on one side of the canoe, you turn right around backwards. And so we did. Down through Chase Rapids we went, backwards, with me on the floor, paddling against only the wind. And the thing about that story that makes me think of it so often is that we made it. We stayed upright all the way through to the end. And really looking back, so it has been for us moving through this life together so far, knocked sideways, turned all around, certainly plenty of rapids, but we have not tipped. It was very important to us to move home. My husband is in the first graduating class of the so-called Maine Track partnership between Tufts University School of Medicine and Maine Medical Center. After the rigors of law school and medical school were behind us, we came home. Part of that decision was motivated by a desire to be close to the families that we are so lucky to call ours. And part of it was a recognition that this state and our communities had made such a substantial investment in our futures. That is an investment we are committed to returning. We're now 10 years into marriage, deep in the trenches of raising our 3 young sons. To us, they are everything. And from us, they will hear this, that their highest purpose in life is to look inward and discover their gifts and talents, but then look up and out and find the ways to best use those talents in service of others. I am here in that spirit of public service. It is only with tremendous support from others along the way I have cultivated a set of skills that I can now offer to the people of the state of Maine in this new role. I'm a little young, and I have a sense perhaps that that is something you may all be waiting for me to say something about, and I can. When I was asked to consider submitting an application to serve on the court, my first instinct was to say that I'm flattered and honored, but really just too young for that. Too specialized in my practice, too respectful of the many practitioners who are my mentors and peers to feel that it would be appropriate for me, myself, to pursue this now. If I imagine that the work of this committee is to acknowledge long, stretching, and successful careers in the law with this position of honor, a kind of capstone reserved only for the most decorated and accomplished of my brothers and sisters at the bar, there can be no doubt I am too young for this. But I've come in recent weeks to think of the work of the judicial appointment process in another way. And that is to recognize that this committee is building a workforce that needs to sustain the judicial branch through some very difficult days ahead. And if what this committee is looking for is someone ready to work like a dog to carry the judicial branch out of a constitutionally problematic backlog of cases through a pandemic and into an era where we are going to have to administer justice in a technological age, then I actually think I am your guy, just packaged a little differently than you might be accustomed to. My candidacy is also not without merit. I was 25 the first time I stepped into the district court with a freshly minted bar number, a caseload of over 100, and a trailing docket list that once upon a time set me as the primary hearing for the day, but also first, second, and third backup to myself. I have now added to those years of busy trial work the preparation of hundreds of appellate cases, each of which has its roots in written transcripts from the district court in proceedings that come from every court in the state. I undertook all of this work in matters where the stakes could not be higher. There are practice areas I have not reached. There are things I do not know. It is never too late to learn the law better, and I would suggest to you that it's never too early either. If confirmed, I'm committed to do this work with humility, with persistence, and with all of my skill. The work of the district court is critical to the people of the state of Maine, and I would be so proud to do it. There's one other thing that I'd like to offer this afternoon. I offer it to this committee. I offer it to the judicial branch if they become my employer. And really, I offer it to the people of our state. That thing is hope. If I take an oath soon as a judicial officer, it will be my 6th sworn oath to defend the Constitution of this state and our nation. But the sun is not setting on my career in the law, and God willing, I'm not even quite at midday. And I am not tired. If anything, this potential for a career shift has revitalized my commitment to upholding sacred foundational principles of our system of government. That work in these precarious times can feel very heavy. I can lift it. I'm asking you for the opportunity to let me carry my fair share of the load. I would be so grateful for a vote of your confidence, and I welcome any questions that you need answered before you can provide it. Thank you. Representative Harnett, you are muted.
Thank you. I wanted to see if you were on your technological game. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that statement and for your willingness to serve if confirmed. I will now call on committee members to see if they have any questions. I see 3 hands up already, and I will call them in the order that I saw them, beginning with Senator Carney.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sylvian, for moving forward with your nomination and for the wonderful statement you provided to the committee. I wanted to ask you about something that you mentioned in your application. It was the letter that you wrote to your premature sons in the Huffington Post, I think it was, and I read it last night. It was very moving. I recommend it to everyone. But there was a particular part of that letter where you spoke to them about being privileged. And I thought it showed great empathy and compassion. And that's something that also ran through your statement to us just a moment ago. And I was wondering if you could give us a little more information about how that's informed your practice as an attorney and also how you expect it to inform your work as a member of the Maine Judicial Branch.
Sure. There is no better place to recognize the privileges and advantages that someone has received than spending some time in district court. And so no one in district court wants to be there except the practitioners and judicial officers who have chosen it as a career. But you are meeting people on their worst day often, unless you happen to be there for an adoption. And it doesn't take a lot of time there to understand how lucky you are and how truly random that luck can be. And so just in a humanitarian sense, that was the easiest way for me to understand the many advantages I've been given. I'll also say as a practitioner, being in the Attorney General's office is in and of itself a privilege. When I talk to my brothers and sisters at the bar who are my peers and my friends who don't have the advantage of that office, you come quickly to understand that the support I've received from support staff, from my peers, from my mentors, teachers along the way, I would not be here without those things. And I recognize how lucky I was to get them and that not everyone does. Both of those perspectives are things as a person and as a professional I'll carry onto the bench. They're impossible for me to forget because they have been formative in bringing me to the place where I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Next on my list of hands is Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Sylvian, I don't, well, first question I'll ask, if I may, would be just an informational one from me. I notice you're admitted to the bar of the U.S. Supreme Court. Is that done in case an appeal that your firm is handling or whatever would go to the court, or is it done when you actually have a case that will be before the court?
In my case, it was the latter. We have had petitions for cert multiple times in child protection cases, and I was counsel of record in the U.S. Supreme Court.
Thank you. I enjoyed very much going over your history. Did you happen to listen at all to the last confirmation this afternoon?
Yes.
It was during that time that I spoke about young teachers and their immediate concern of demonstrating their capabilities and proficiencies, and as soon as they got their feet on the ground, then it was better for their experience as far as real teaching and interacting with, I say children, 16 and 17 and 18-year-olds sometimes are a little bit challenging, but they are young people. And I brought that to the fact that attorneys that go to the bench, I'm wondering how their performance will be during that first year or two, and how that may compare to later on. How do you see that transition going for you?
Let me describe, if I can, my first few weeks in the Skowhegan District Court, fresh out of law school, with a group of attorneys who I now know to be decent and wonderful human beings who are some of my closest friends, but who at the time were strangers to me. I walked into my first trailing docket looking 25 and fresh out of law school and a little terrified. And I can tell you, I could not settle a thing. I could try as I might, as reasonable as I tried to be. The point was, you're going to try a few cases before we will entertain negotiation. So I did. I tried a lot of cases in my first few months there. And after that, I didn't have to anymore. I anticipate a similar process here where I don't know all the members of the main bar, and I don't blame them for putting me through the rigors of a new judge. I will be grateful to take support from my peers on the bench if confirmed. I need to do this from a place of humility and a place of authenticity. And if that means walking off the bench to say, I need to go look at that statute, I need to go ask a friend about this, that's what I'm going to do. My ego has no place in this. I just need to get it right. And I'll do whatever it takes to make sure I get through those growing pains. I will say that I did listen to Josh's hearing. He's a good friend. I'm so happy to have him confirmed on the bench. And I was thinking while I was listening to Josh answer, if I can be candid, I do think that I'm aware of how I look. I'm aware of how I sound. And I do think I will be put through my paces in a way that maybe other new judges are not. That's unfortunate, but understandable. And I guess all I can offer is that the more people you put through to the bench who look like me and have similar level of experience that I do, all you're doing is making it easier for the young women behind me to skip some of that and proceed only on the merits.
Thank you for that. My last question or comment here, Mr. Chair, is to the candidate, and I was going to say thank you for agreeing to accept the salary of a public servant for the next many years, we hope. On the other hand, as a person of my age, I have come across many, unfortunately too many at times, when a young person of promise and stature was overlooked for an important position, and their service was lost to that community as a result of that. And it seems to me that this is the right time and place for us to take advantage of your willingness to serve the state of Maine. And I'm very happy that you have stepped forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Babich. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Thank you. I have a couple things I want to say. I'm I was thinking in particular about the time. Let me start all over again. Years ago, when Judge Softly was first a judge in the district court, and I was running the domestic violence programs in Cumberland County and Saginaw at that point. We were always ecstatic when our cases came before her because she understood. And so when she was posted to be elevated to the Superior Court, I testified against her. I said, we can't lose her in the district court. It would be a dreadful thing. We call her the goddess of justice. We don't want her to go. So I think that I'm hoping that in 10 years, not that I'll have any standing at that time to do it, but I might be back saying the same thing about you. I have that sense. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I'm hoping that it will be.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you about, because of your work in the AG's office and because of my familiarity with the issue, I want to ask you what your perspective is on the nexus between child protective and domestic violence, because clearly there is one, in my view.
Absolutely. So the interface between domestic violence and child protection law is a very complicated one. The state's prerogative in a child protection proceeding is protection of the child. And that unfortunately does sometimes conflict with protection of the victim. And it is the most difficult category of cases for me personally, when we have to take action to protect the child, and that action does not adequately protect the victim, who is often the mother or the father in the case. It would be welcome for me to be able to broaden my practice to things like protection from abuse orders, family matter orders, where I can finally zoom out and take a more wholesale look at the family, and have my directive be the best interest of the child, but also moving the family towards a resolution that can permanently sustain some peace in that household or in multiple households, if that's what it needs to be. Child protection litigation is emergency litigation. It is when the family is at its most critical point of child endangerment, and we are just trying to provide emergency services to stabilize the family at first. And then the goal is to provide more long-term services to extract a victim from circumstances of violence and to extract children from that permanently. But the interface can be very difficult to answer that honestly. The other thing I would say about that is that the contributing factors are so common to the two. The things that contribute to child abuse and neglect so often contribute to domestic violence. They are families being stuck in a cycle of poverty. It is housing instability. It is interface with the criminal justice system and having one or more parents removed from the house because of incarceration. It is substance use disorder, and it is untreated or incompletely treated mental illness. These are the things that so often lead to abuse and neglect and violence in a home. Treating those things on the front end is always the better answer than litigating them on the back end.
Thank you very much. I just want to say one other thing to you as an encouraging note, I guess. Because even though Representative Babbage often touts that he's 72 and knows all this stuff, I'm 77, so I know a little more than he, but in some instances. But I want to just share with you quickly what happened to me when I was a brand new out of graduate school instructor at Southern Maine Vocational Technical Institute, now SMCC. I was one of 2 women on the faculty. I was 23 years old. And it wasn't exactly a hazing, but it sure was an interesting experience. And I had a very difficult time, not with the students, but with the others. Although the students all thought I was, one of them because I was so young. But what was interesting to me, even though I got terminated after my first year, I got not recontracted, I guess is different from termination. But in any case, the next year, a rating by the students came out of faculty, and I came out on top in the faculty. And it made me always feel better about my experience there because it was clear to me that the people I cared the most about, the students, got something from the experience of my teaching them. I was a marine biologist, by the way, in my other life. Anyway, but it was vindicating in the long term. And I hope for you that this experience, should you be confirmed, will end up the same way. And I hope the beginning is not as rough, but I think it may be a little around the edges. So my heart will be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sylvian, thank you for your moving and insightful summary of your background and experience. There's just a couple of questions I want to ask. When you were serving as trial counsel in the AG's office, did you ever have occasion to participate in the mediation process and the work that you were doing at that time?
I have not.
Do you have any particular perspective on mediation and its utility within the district court system?
Sure. Let me tell you, the experience I draw from for mediation is that I am the mother of 7-year-old twins. And so if you would like to know about my skills in conflict resolution, they are homegrown, but finely honed at this point. I can tell you this though, child protection litigation offers multiple opportunities in and out of court for settlement discussions. And we do that formally in what's called a settlement conference. And for the families that find themselves entangled in the child welfare system, it is almost universally better if they can avoid litigation. And so all the parties to a child protection case gather with a unified goal, if we can, of finding resolution without having a trial. Putting a family through a trial like that is difficult. It adds stress to a family that is already experiencing a great deal of stress. And secondarily, of course, it strains the judicial system and clogs the docket. So I do have a lot of experience pushing cases to resolution, but only among the parties, not with a third party through arbitration or mediation. I see the same value in the process. Anything we can resolve by agreement, an agreement that no one is happy with maybe, is something that we should pursue.
Sure. Good. I'd just like to follow up on a different tangent, if I could, and just ask you a bit about criminal law. To make sure that we have all the information, during your summers in law school, were you employed with the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic or as an intern in a DA's office or anything of that nature?
I spent significant time in the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic, both during school for academic credit, but I was also one of the 5 students chosen to carry the caseload throughout one of the summers.
So that you do have experience then in criminal defense.
Yes, I've represented juveniles, I've represented criminal defendants in the district court, and I also handled a federal court sentencing hearing.
Okay. And then finally, do you see any particular barriers in your becoming fully enmeshed with criminal law and criminal procedures at this stage of your career, and given the percentage of the district court docket that is in fact devoted to criminal work?
The barrier is that I'm going to have to work for it, and I'm not intimidated by that barrier. I'd like to, if I could, explain this bar exam score that that Jerry mentioned, because I think it correlates here. I wouldn't consider myself like a great legal thinker or some brain. I am an average to good standardized test taker. So if I could explain where that bar exam score came from. When I was in my 3rd year of law school, I had an employment offer from Bill Schneider to join the Attorney General's office for what I viewed to be my dream job. That offer of employment was conditional. He told me, Megan, I'm going to hold this spot for you while you sit for the bar. Your colleagues at the Attorney General's office are going to cover your caseload until you get here. but I can't wait if you flunk the bar. So it is a conditional offer of employment. I don't hold that against him in any way. It's one of the most generous things anyone's ever done for me. But the pressure was on. I understood how many people were putting their neck on the line for me and how important it was. And so I took it more seriously than anything I had taken to date. I studied all hours of the day, treated it like a full-time job, and learned what I needed to learn. In hindsight, I overshot the mark a little bit, but that was because there was just no room for error in my mind. And I view this next step of my career very similarly. A lot of people have put their neck on the line for me to be here talking with you. I take it more seriously than I could take anything. I will just study it humbly, learn it, ask the questions I need to ask until I get it right.
Well, you've certainly proven that can be done. Congratulations on the award, and thanks for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sylvian. It's been a long day, and thank you for your patience. It's hard going last. Ms. Sylvian, I have to ask you a few questions. First is on December 9th, the Maine Commission of Indigent Legal Services held an attorney forum. I'd say about 130 lawyers were on the call, the commissioners, many of our court justices. Did you happen to be able to listen in on that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Thank you. Well, the concern I have is many of the lawyers asserted on that call that their clients' rights to due process were being violated and important steps were skipped with no opportunity for like a mediation or disposition to work something better out. And what they're alleging is this that led to a bad outcome where things accelerated to a final decision phase with a bad outcome for their clients when something better could have been worked out. Multiple lawyers made those allegations. So I just wanted you to respond to that.
Sure. So what I took away from that forum, I was really unsettled. It was troubling. So the lawyers who were talking on that forum are my peers. They are my friends. They are the people that I practice with day in and day out. And to hear the struggles that they are facing as practitioners working for MCILS did not sit well with I can't imagine it sat well with anyone who was listening. I hope it didn't. That is a system that is in need of reform, and I'm concerned about it. And, the specifics of how it's presenting itself in terms of specific cases is part of the problem. The bigger problem in my mind is upstream. They are not being supported in their work sufficiently. What I don't have is the answer. And I left that meeting wishing that I had heard more from the attorneys who are doing the work, what they thought of a public defender system, because, the Sixth Amendment Center report that we have all looked at certainly seemed to be moving our state and nudging it closer to that direction. They wanted that instituted immediately at the appellate level, a little trial project in Cumberland County. But what I haven't heard, and what I don't think we heard that day, was what do the people working in that line for both criminal and child protection think about overhauling the system in that way, and how would that affect their practice? Because the bottom line here is we have a constitutionally guaranteed right to counsel in two different types of cases. And if we don't fix this, those rosters are going to shrink to a constitutionally problematic level, and it will be a crisis. So I know there is good work happening at the legislature to tackle all of this, and at the commission itself to take a good look in the mirror and figure out how to best move this forward. But if your question is whether I'm worried about MCILS and what we heard at that forum, the answer is yes.
Thank you. Actually, it wasn't quite my question. the problems that we're experiencing, the constitutional deficiencies of the indigent legal system are well documented and established. So I'm glad you recognize it. But what the question's getting at is that the allegations they're making regarding the failure to receive their due process, and now you've admitted to one of the things that came out in the hearings, that you enjoy all the advantages of the biggest law firm in the state, and they have no support. You've said you have support, they have no support. What I'm getting at is they've made allegations of deficiencies in the way they're being treated, and you're the attorney on the other side of those cases. So we agree on what's wrong with indigent legal, but they're claiming it's a deficient process that's violating their clients' due process rights, and you're the lawyer representing the state. Do you have anything for that? They can respond to that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So from the time that I've been taking appellate cases for the Attorney General's office, most of my work has actually been defending judgments issued by district court judges. So many of those are due process challenges, and they are brought by parents' counsel in child protection cases, pointing out what they saw as infirmities in the process and asking the law court to evaluate those things. Take out your due process microscope, take a look, and tell us whether the system has fallen on its face here or not at every juncture. That has allowed me an opportunity to take a look myself at each allegation in order to respond. And I can tell you, Representative Evangelos, that what I have found almost across the board is that due process is provided by Maine courts, and that when there has rarely been an instance where I have agreed that due process was not provided, I have sent the case back to the trial court to fix it, because the Constitution is more important than my client winning or losing, and it always will be. And it certainly will be when I no longer have a client and my only role is to serve the people of the state.
I'm not sure their allegation was against the courts. I think they were pointing towards a process that was going on in terms of DHHS and the way these cases were being handled. But I want to move on to the second area. I noticed in your resume, you're on something called the Advisory Committee on the Maine Rules for Appellate Procedure, and you're the Attorney General's co-designee. Could you describe what that work is?
Sure. So the Maine Rules of Appellate Procedure had not been touched for decades, since the 70s, I think. And in 2016, the Supreme Judicial Court convened this advisory committee to restyle those rules and sort of bring them into modern language, modern times. So the first work of the committee was a wholesale restyling of the rules. We tried to make them more readable, more usable for practitioners, and also with pro se litigants in mind, to make sure we didn't have an access to justice problem with this kind of antiquated language that no one could access. Since then, it's been the work of just tweaking those rules, seeing how our restyling is being implemented, and then looking ahead, we are also starting the work of e-signatures, e-filing, and how to protect confidentiality of litigants and make this a system that moves forward in a technological era.
Could you tell me if there are defense lawyers that belong to this group that studies this?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of that, and I don't know if you know my history, but I'm very concerned about Maine's narrow appeal laws for certain individuals in the state. Can you tell me whether your views on those matters comport and are in agreement with our criminal defense lawyers?
Yes, we've disagreed on little procedural points, but by and large about the process, no, we haven't disagreed. It's a really collaborative group working to write rules that work for everyone.
Well, my experience with the Attorney General's office is that the criminal defense lawyers run up against some pretty severe roadblocks with their appellate rights. You know, a lot of procedural and I consider to be well, I'll just leave it at procedural, but it blocks the ability of the attorney or the defendant to get evidence heard. Do you ever discuss things like that, so that we make sure that people's appellate rights meet constitutional standards and that they can get their witnesses heard on appeal?
All the time, all the time. Every time I walk into those meetings, so I'm the civil designee for our office, first of all, and the co-designee is a criminal designee. But every time I walk into one of those meetings, I learn something new about criminal procedure, about access to justice, about the best ways to structure the system to make sure that incarcerated litigants are able to access it in the same way, that pro se litigants are able to access the system in the same way. And so at every meeting, this comes up. And we are mindful of the fact that we are not writing rules for one segment of the population, and we're not getting it perfect, but it is work we're committed to doing and redoing until we're sure we're administering justice in an even-handed way.
Okay, I want to wrap it up, but you're there as the designee for the Attorney General's office.
One of them, the civil one, yep.
And I know that the main criminal defense lawyers have serious issues and disagreements on appellate procedure with the Attorney General's office. So I find it hard to believe that they're in agreement on that.
I'm sorry you find it hard to believe. I wouldn't make that representation to you if it wasn't true that this is a collaborative process with very little disagreement for how the appellate rules should be drafted and implemented. I don't have anything to offer to reassure you other than my word that that work goes very well. And when disagreement is raised, which it is, we talk through it and try to reach the best possible resolution. In the end, our product that the Rules Committee, just to give you an idea of the level of collaboration, the product that we deliver to the Supreme Judicial Court for them to either ratify or not has to date always been a unanimously submitted product. So it's not something that we've ever been unable to reach consensus about. The work is collaborative. I'm disheartened to hear that your experiences have led you to have any other opinion of the office. I hold my colleagues in very high esteem, but none of us are perfect. And the work of criminal justice reform is important and ongoing. I'm happy to see it happening. But if what you're asking about is my work on the Appellate Rules Committee, my answer was true.
Okay, I accept that you guys, there's a difference between collaboration and agreeing on serious points. I'm not going to get into it, but the issues with the appeal process, the way the Attorney General's office has handled them versus the interest of our criminal justice lawyers is well documented. And thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. I'm going to check the committee list to see if there are any additional questions from committee members for the nominee. I'm going to leave that open for a minute. And I am not seeing any. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, Ms. Sylvian. We will now move on to another portion of the proceeding. The chair will now take, excuse me, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted that statement to the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such comments should contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee shall have the opportunity to respond to the written comment if she desires. To those who wish to speak in person, they registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing, and they will be called upon by the chair, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom, where they can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. I've been provided with a list of people that have asked to testify today. We have 3 people that have indicated they want to testify in support of the nomination and 1 testifying neither for nor against. I will first go to the attendee room and ask persons who wish to speak in support of the nominee to please raise your electronic hand and leave it up until I call on you. And I will call on you in the order that the hands were raised. I will then go back to the attendee room, excuse me, to see if there are persons wishing to testify in opposition, and then to persons who wish to testify neither for nor against. And I will begin with the first hand that I saw up, and that is Phil Notice. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If the committee clerk, Supi Panet, could move Mr. Notice over, and then Attorney General Aaron Fry, followed by Justice Donald Alexander. So as we move people over, I will wait a minute until I see Mr. Notice available. And I see that he is in my lower right-hand corner. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, sir. Thank you for being here to provide testimony today. Please begin when you are comfortable.
Thank you. Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, other distinguished members of the Standing Committee, Jerry Reed, John Hobson, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Megan Sylvian. It's a pleasure and an honor to speak on behalf of her nomination. I live in Portland, and I live in Portland because my wife lives in Portland. I am someone who was born and raised in South Portland, and because I'm on public record, I feel like I have to say this. So I've been practicing 33 years. Did you say Justice Alexander is someone who's going to speak? Did anyone say that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. I might have to tailor my remark here a little bit. All right, so I've been practicing 33 years as a general practitioner out of Cumberland County. And I've handled just about every case there is in the Maine District Court. During the course of my years of practice, I have handled many child protective cases. And those cases, we don't always win. They go to the law court. We take appeals, and I've taken many of my own appeals, and I've also taken the appeals of other lawyers. And about, I think it was 8 years ago, is when I first met Megan Sylvian. And I first met her in person in a law court where we had a case together. And it was there that I saw that she had special quality, I think, to really rise up in the bar. Now, that when I was in the law court, the law court treated me rather gently. They were delicate with me, and except I did get a pretty hard question from Justice Alexander, which basically was a knockout question, and my case was we did not prevail in that case. But Megan, when they turned to Megan, I mean, the heat was just increased. If it was on a heat scale of, 1 for me, for her, it was probably a 5. And I can't speak to the law court, but I think that they also recognized that this was someone with special qualities, and they were just, kind of testing her in a way. And I think she passed that test. So it was, I had 2 other cases with Megan that I think speak to her ability to be a pretty good judge. We had a case where, I'm sorry. We had a case where a parent did not, I have to look back. Yeah, we had a case, 2 of them, and these 2 cases are the ones that are speak to me the most about her ability to be a district court judge. I had an appeal with a parent, and it was a case where the judge had removed the parent's attorney, and Megan realized that there were some significant due process and right to counsel issues, and agreed to put the case back down into the district court and set aside the judgment. And there was also another case where the judge ended up. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm faltering here, and I know that I am, because I prepared a statement and then I'm going to script, and I'm caught between the 2. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just sit back and just talk to you as if I'm just talking to someone that I know here. Megan is going to be a great judge, and I'm going to say this because I recognized from the start. In that law court proceeding, I knew she had special qualities. She had patience, she had empathy, and she had this ability to calm people. She has, I think, this ability to just put people at ease. And as a district court judge, I think that's very important. You get people who appear in court who have serious issues and are unrepresented, they're pro se, and they're nervous and they're anxious. And I've seen judges who have tried to, compose their courtroom by being stern and by putting on judicial decorum, which makes people even more nervous than they are, and they're unable to get their case out. And I've seen judges yell at people to calm down, and it's gotten worse. Megan she has the qualities to put people at ease and get the, folks are going to be fine with her in the courtroom. And that law court argument that I was trying to tell you about early, stuttering it through, and I'm better off notes than with notes, was quite a thing. It was quite a big case for me. And, Megan, I think, was probably maybe 1 or 2 years doing appeals, maybe even less. And it was a good issue. And at that point, I was getting Memdex. Those are decisions where the law court basically gives you a paragraph saying you made a fine point, but harmless error, and you lose the case. So when I got the case, I thought, wow, I might have a chance of winning this thing. I might have some probability of winning this thing. And I met Megan for the first time in the law court, and I was impressed, totally impressed. She wasn't even 30 years old. And she had this maturity, this ease, this comfort, the knowledge of the law. The law court like I said, if it was a hot scale, I was a, 1 being, mild, 5 being hot. I got a 1 or a 2 on the heat, and she got a 5. And she handled every question, very professionally, never lost her cool, and she did an excellent job. I even think when the law court exhausted all the questions they asked her about global warming, okay, just to throw something. I'm just kidding on that one, okay? I'm just making a joke. So that was my first impression of Megan. That law court argument, she's not even 30, she's unbelievable, okay? And I thought, wow, this attorney has really got something going on. So now, fast forward, a couple appeals down the way, I got a case out of Biddeford, I remember, where I didn't handle the trial court stage, but it was a case where the parent appeared in court and wanted to consent to termination of parental rights, wanted to consent. Now, that's important because if a parent consents versus being involuntarily found to have terminated rights, that's considered an aggravating factor, which can be used against them down the road if they have another child. So a parent appears in court to consent. That's pretty straightforward business. But in this particular case, the judge wanted to do a drug test on the parent. The parent had been crying all day, eyes were red. The judge just said, "Oh, I'm not taking the consent until this parent does a drug test." Well, I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I've practiced 33 years. I've handled probably 1,000 pleas. I've handled tons of consents. Never had anyone ask for a consent before. Anyway, parent, they went into chambers to discuss this issue. The judge and the other lawyers, when they came out, the parent was gone. So a parent must have been scared. So that was a case where, and I speak about this case because this is the case where I formed the opinion that Megan would be a really good judge someday. In fact, I think I knew she would have been a judge become a judge someday before she even thought she was going to become a judge someday. And I've been telling people, and I don't think I've told Megan this because, we don't go to lunch, we don't talk politics, we're not on the phone discussing stuff. I just know her through the work that I do. Anyway, getting back to the case, what had happened was the judge reset the hearing date. Parent didn't show up. Judge involuntarily terminated, and I got the appeal. So I connect with the client, and the client still wants to consent. So what do? We got 2 paths here. We got the path where I can take the appeal, waste at that point, appeals were running 9 months to get a decision, leaves no permanency for the child. Child is going to be adopted. Parent wanted to consent, or do we take an appeal? Or do we reach a resolution? Well, in this particular case, Megan, the case I think could have gone either way. It could have been a good one for the law court to hear. It was kind of a discretionary, but she exercised a discretion that I thought was beyond her years, okay, and a maturity. And she agreed that we could go back to the district court and consent to the termination. Either way, there's going to be a termination, but this made a difference to my client. She agreed to that. Now, the story doesn't end here. So she agreed to that against the wishes of the trial attorney. That's what's important. See, many of us who practice see ourselves as being on teams. You're a prosecution team, you're a defense team, you're on a civil team, and in this particular case, she could have easily have said, well, I'm on the team of the AG's office. I'm just going to take the appeal. And, too bad, Phil notice. But she didn't do that. She had the backbone, the ethics, the morality, whatever you wish to call it, to make a hard decision to go against the colleague and put the case back down in the district court so that my client could consent determination. And I thought that was just a great display of character. And since then, I've always thought, my God, this is, and I'm not, I'm a defense lawyer at heart, okay? And I thought Megan Sylvian is really special, her intelligence, her the way her empathy, she had actual empathy for this person, my client. And the next case that I had, in which which displays her understanding, her obligation to the constitutional law.
Mr. Notice, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm concerned about the time and the length of testimony. So if
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll wrap up.
You're making your point clearly, but if you could try to wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
As far, I'll be quick. As far as age goes, not an issue. Not with Megan. She has the maturity. She's going to jump into this job and do a fantastic job. Judge Gorman, I think, was 33 years old when she was on the bench. Okay, 33, I remember. And Judge Softly, 35, 36, and I could easily see Megan following in their path. And I am just so happy and so proud to speak on her behalf. I really apologize for the choppy start. I'm not good with notes. I just, speak. That's what I do, and I shouldn't have done that. And I apologize to everyone for that. So I truly hope you support her nomination. And thank you for allowing me to speak as long as I have. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing, personal and professional interactions. Those are very helpful. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Notice? If so, if you could please raise your electronic hand. I am going to wait a minute to see if there are, and I am not seeing anything. Mr. Notice, thank you very much for taking time out of your day to educate the committee on the work of the nominee. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
I will now call on the Attorney General of the state of Maine, Aaron Fry. Mr. Attorney General, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your testimony when you're comfortable.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Aaron Fry. I do serve as Maine's Attorney General, and I'm here to testify today in strong support of for confirmation of the governor's nomination of Megan Sylvian to the Maine District Court. As I listened to her speak, I was almost hesitant to even add to that because Megan really did such a fine job of presenting just how intelligent, deliberate, considered, humble, and genuine she is. All of those characteristics would make her just a fine judge of the district court, and I appreciate the ability to speak on her behalf today. I only have two concerns with today to share, one up front, one at the end. My first concern is she took my only potential joke by talking about why it is she got the highest grade on her bar exam. And so that's a little bit concerning that she took my only joke. I just hope that the committee knows that I tried to make levity, but did not succeed. I will highlight, though, that it should be a testament to Attorney Sylvian that the office did give her that chance. We just don't do that. We hire people who are licensed, and it has been very rare that that opportunity is given to somebody who is not licensed to work on behalf of the state. Megan has demonstrated that it was right to deviate from that practice in bringing her into the office. So since she has started serving as an assistant attorney general, as you've heard, she has really distinguished herself as a litigator. Initially, she was managing a very busy caseload in the Skowhegan District Court, dealing with child protection cases, as well as covering for other assistant attorney generals in different dockets when the need arose. This involved, of course, managing cases from beginning to end, and it really afforded her a significant opportunity to work a case through the district court, managing a client, working with opposing counsel and GALs, working with court clerks, developing her case, and then, of course, representing the case through a number of hearings involved in the child protection practice. As was highlighted in response to Representative Moriarty's question, settlement conferences are a significant part of the child protection practice, which does involve that back and forth. Sometimes it does involve a judge. Maybe doesn't rise to the level of what we consider mediation, but it is a way in which Megan, as other attorneys general across the state, manage their cases. I want to add that Megan was also tapped to do involuntary commitment hearings representing the state. Bangor up at Dorothea Dix has court hearings on involuntary commitment. It's important work that the district court does, and Megan would represent the state in those actions as well. So in 2014, recognizing her talent, she was designated as the primary appellate counsel for the Child Protection Division here in the office. This promoted her to a position here that had her being involved in how child protection cases were being managed across the state. And she was often the face of this office in front of the main law court. So on average, Attorney Sylvian writes around 50 appellate briefs per year. Now, this work involves sifting through the entire record of a case that in order to prepare for a law court brief and an argument. And so it requires her to look at how it is a district court reviewed the evidence, found facts, applied the law to those facts, and made decisions. Now, this was in child protection proceedings, but by going through this material, it really is a primer on how judges judge. And so this experience that she has gained reviewing how multiple judges, multiple state's attorneys, multiple defense attorneys, different ways in which evidence has come in or not come in, even though it may be particular to the child protection process, it really does provide an extensive overview of how a district court operates on a regular basis. That is just ingrained and important in the work that she does, and will make her that much stronger as a district court judge, since again, she's reviewed countless cases. Now, this work has required Attorney Sylvian not just to think about what the law requires on the facts of the case, but also to think about what the long-term development of the law is. So this has required her not just to think about the case before her, but be to considerate about how her work may impact on the position the state will take in the future. This has required a mature and considerate approach, and she has been trusted by this office time and time again to make those decisions. So this role as primary appellate counsel has also enabled her to work with multiple attorneys across the state. There are, of course, a range of personalities in the practice of law, just like there are a range of personalities that enter into a district courtroom every single day. And the way in which she's been patient and managed these relationships should serve as a testament to how she will manage her docket in her courtroom should she be given the opportunity to serve as a district court judge. She does still provide some coverage, by the way, in the district court for attorneys. I do want to ask the committee to consider that while she has been focused on child protection cases, and this came up in response to a question that Representative Reckett had asked, you're likely aware that child protection cases operate at the intersection of a number of other different law practices, right? Family law and family matters, criminal actions, protection from abuse, protection from harassment, adoption proceedings. Child protection cases have offered Megan an opportunity to observe and understand how different practices of law are occurring at the district court level. Granted, it's in the context of a child protection case, but it's still very valuable experience that she would carry with her onto the bench. I do want to ask that the committee not give undue weight to Attorney Sylvian's age. It really does not reflect the depth of her knowledge, the range of her talents, the significant responsibility that my office has trusted her with, and the impact that she's already had on the practice of law here in Maine. She is held in the highest regard in this office. She's an established attorney with a solid reputation in the bar. And if anything, I believe that her age is going to contribute meaningfully to the diversity of the district court. So her characteristics really do make her an excellent district court judge candidate. She's intelligent, she's deliberate, she offers considered positions, she's decisive, and she's a strong legal writer, which, by the way, is very important for those who enter onto any position of the bench, but in particular for the district court. Her presence in front of the law court bodes well for her presence in a district court, and she really has had an invaluable opportunity to observe how the courts work. So closing with an anecdote, just before I was elected to serve as Attorney General, I had an issue of first impression when I was representing a parent in a child protection case. And I needed help in trying to understand how the law worked and what I should be mindful of and how I approach the case and advise my client. Without missing a beat, I thought of Megan and I called her up and she gave me just the most excellent advice, not really helpful to what I wanted to have happen, by the way, and I was kind of hoping she was wrong. But we took the case to hearing, and I'll be darned if the district court's opinion didn't end up tracking exactly what it is that Megan had suggested would be the outcome of the case, because she really is that considerate of an attorney. I mentioned that I had two concerns. My second concern is that I don't know that I've clearly communicated just how valuable of an asset Megan would be to the district court. She's a true public servant, and I think that she would make just an excellent district court judge. So I respectfully request that this committee vote in favor of her nomination to serve on the district court. Thank you for the indulgence of time, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that members of the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Attorney General Fry, and thanks for hanging around till the end of a long day. We greatly appreciate your being here. I will turn to committee members to see if there are any committee members who have a question for our Attorney General. And I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much for your time and the information that you provided today. I will now turn to the last person who has indicated a desire to testify in favor of the nominee, and welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, the Honorable Donald Alexander. Justice Alexander, nice to see you again. Please begin when you're comfortable.
Thank you. Representative Harnett, Senator Carey, members of the committee, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify today in favor of the nomination of Megan Sylvian to the district court. I am proud to do so. I have, after having heard this hearing, though, I have some reluctance. I'm afraid I'm going to take away, when I testify, from the extraordinary statement that she gave at the start of the hearing and some of the great and really insightful answers that she gave during the course of the hearing that should show you she has all of the insight, the legal skill, the legal training, and the empathy that you really need for the district court. I can only add to that, beyond what Attorney General Frey said, I've seen her in a large number of arguments, probably more arguments than any other attorney over the last 8 years or so in the law court. I think she's the leading advocate in terms of number of cases, between cases decided on briefs and cases for oral argument. And in each one, she has given care to the particular case and attention to it, not just treating every case the same. She has had insight. She has understood the legal problems and challenges, which were different, and it's all been just extraordinarily well done. That's one direct experience I have with her. The other direct experience I have with her is being a member of the Appellate Rules Committee that rewrote the appellate rules, restyled them. I would add to what has already been said, she was actually the head of a subcommittee on the committee, that committee on the restyling, that really did a great job from making the restyling just sort of a okay draft to a great draft in terms of rewriting. She was the head of the subcommittee. The other two members of the committee were Tina Nato, who is now head of the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys, and Lauren Willey, who at the time was also with Tina Nato, a criminal defense attorney, and is now with the Disability Rights Center. So she had that background, and again, she showed there just extraordinarily outstanding understanding of the law. Beyond that, and ability to write it and write it well in well-organized form, better than those of us who had worked before it had done. Beyond that, as Attorney General Frey has already pointed out, she has considerable, and one of the issues today is people don't get to court enough. That's not Megan. She is probably has in court as much as about anybody else except a prosecutor who's there every day. She's tried a tremendous number of child protective cases, and those cases, as again Attorney General Frey has said, have given her tremendous insights on the most difficult issues of law that you're going to face in the cases that are the great bulk of the district court cases: criminal cases, child protective cases, and family cases. The difficulties that lead those cases to court are ones she has already seen: poverty, child abuse, neglect, drug abuse, physical problems, assaults, things like that. She's already experienced all those, and with that experience will aid her well in criminal cases. Beyond that, the discussion about her experience. Any lawyer is going to come to the court, because we have such a wide range of types of cases, with experience in some areas and not experience in others. When I went on the district court, and Megan has tremendous experience. She has experience and background very similar to Chief Justice Softly when she first went on the district court. Both have 10 years since they were members of the bar. Both had young kids. I think Lee Softly's at the time she went on the district court were 2 and 5. Both had considerable experience in child protective cases. And both basically about the same age. Lee Softly turned out pretty well. And I am absolutely sure Megan will too. Some attorneys also who've turned out well were younger and less experienced than Megan. People have already pointed out Ellen Gorman's in that category. And I'm one of the ones that I started off, out of the AG's office when I was only 36, 1 year older than Megan, not much of a difference. But I didn't have any background in family law. And I didn't have much background in criminal law. I tried a couple of criminal cases working for the environmental section, both of which I lost, by the way, for environmental violations. Other than that, I primarily did civil work, or the type of work that the Attorney General's office does on that. But in terms of insights about how a young lawyer who goes on, or a mid-30s lawyer who goes on the bench does, don't take my word for it. You have on your committee somebody who saw an attorney general come out of the Attorney General's office in their mid-30s and go right on the bench, brand new lawyer. In Brunswick District Court, one of the most frequent lawyers I encountered, my very first encounters as experience as a judge, was no other than Stephen Moriarty, who was at the time one of the most frequent lawyers in Brunswick District Court. And I think I did okay, but if you question it, and I think I gained experience in family law, which I had none before. If you question any of that, though, ask him. Don't take my word for it in terms of that. But, I'm absolutely sure with her commitment, with her public service background and interest in all, she will do a great job. Have no hesitancy about believing that. As Jerry Reed mentioned, people had to convince her to, really go for the position as opposed to others. I was one of those. I was asked to help out, and I did. And I'm delighted that I, think she's going to do great and have confidence in her. And you can have full confidence in her. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I know it's late, so.
Thank you very much, Justice Alexander, for your time. And like the other young judges that you pointed out, you turned out to be pretty good too. So thank you very much for your service to the state. Are there questions from committee members for Justice Alexander? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much for your time and the information.
Thank you.
Shared with us today. I will now go back to the attendee room to see if there are any other persons who wish to testify in favor of the nominee. If so, if you could please raise your electronic hand so that I can recognize you. And I am not seeing any, so I will move to ask if there are any persons who wish to testify in opposition to the nomination to please raise your electronic hand so that I may recognize you. Seeing none, I will lastly ask if there are any persons who wish to testify neither for nor against the nominee to please raise your electronic hand. And I see one, and I will ask Committee Clerk Panett to please move Stephen Prince over to panelist status. And we will wait for Peter to travel through cyberspace. And here he
Sorry
is.
about that. I had to unmute myself and start my video.
You're absolutely fine, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Please begin your testimony when you're comfortable.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Steve Prince. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. I'm here to testify neither for nor against the nominee today and to explain the position of the association and to make sure that there isn't an unsent message by our decision not to offer testimony today. Just a quick review of our process. We survey our members as to every new nominee, and unlike other organizations, we actually do new nominations as well as opposed to just reappointments. We then take those responses, we take them in front of our membership, our leadership, and add their impressions as well. Usually after that, you end up with one of our officers, as you've seen throughout today. Jason testified and Lori Boxer-Maincumber, to tell you whether we are in support or opposed to a nominee. Every so often, about once every year, you get me instead, when our survey instrument fails to generate a critical mass to be able to deliver testimony to you today. It is difficult to understand sometimes in the absence of a response why this sometimes happens. In my experience, and I've been the executive director since 2006, it always happens with a new appointee to the district court. And my impression is that it happens when the practice of the nominee doesn't really intersect terribly well with the membership of my association. Again, we're not a general bar, we're a specialty bar. And I think in this particular case, appellate work and child protective services just doesn't interact well with the membership of my association. We only got a handful of responses, and we would attempt to supplement that with experience on our leadership among our board and executive committee, and that just wasn't available in this case. I want to make sure today that this isn't read as anything negative toward the nominee. I've listened to today's hearing, and the nominee's testimony and the people who rose to speak in her favor are tremendous. It was just tremendous and incredibly impressive. This is a failure of our survey instrument and our survey process that happens every so often. And to the extent that that has failed this nominee in this committee, I'd like to apologize. So to that extent, that's what I offer today, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Prince? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, Mr. Prince, just helping me understand your process a little bit. Is it possible that you don't contact the nominee on behalf of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association to ask her any pointed questions? Or is it just that if nobody's familiar with her, nobody answers and nobody reaches out to talk with a judge nominee and find out more about them?
Representative Thorne, that's an interesting consideration that I'd like to take back to my membership. I've been here since 2006. I think I can speak generally to the process before that. And we've never actually directly interrogated or questioned nominees before a nomination. It's always been a survey of our membership and then the impressions of our leadership used to supplement those results. That's an interesting idea. It's not one I want to reject out. We're always trying to find a way to improve our process. And that's something I'd like to take back to my membership, my leadership, to have them consider for the future. But no, that's not been a process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. I will check in the committee list, and I do not see any additional hands up. Thank you very much, Mr. Prince, for your time today and explaining the unusual circumstance that you guys found yourself in. Greatly appreciate the time.
Thank you.
I will go back to the attendee room. One last shot. Is there anybody who would like to be heard considering this on this nomination? And seeing none, I will move to the next phase of our hearing with the concluding statement by the chair. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee after the beginning of this hearing. Are there any documents that meet that criteria? Committee Clerk Panett?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We will vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are within that time frame. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for Ms. Megan K. Sylvian, Esquire of Holden, for appointment as a district court judge is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, I will ask whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. If there is any such objection, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any, so we will move forward. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Megan K. Sylvian, Esquire of Holden, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? I will ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Representative Evangelos. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby. I will recall the absentees. Representative Evangelos. Representative Evangelos is absent. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Mr. Chair, the roll call is complete.
Thank you very much, Committee Clerk Panett. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary that the nomination of Ms. Megan K. Sylvian, Esquire of Holden, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. Congratulations. Please accept the heartfelt appreciation of the Judiciary Committee for the work that you're going to do for the people of Maine. Normally, we would have you we would be able to talk to you and congratulate you in person. But those days are not where we find ourselves right now. So please accept from the committee a virtual round of applause for all of your public service and the work you will continue to do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And again, I'm going to be very quick to members of the committee. Thank you for your patience over the last 2 days with all of the nominations that we had to go through. Appreciate the work of the governor's office and the Judicial Selection Committee and all persons who testified and all of the nominees. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening. We will see you tomorrow, I believe at 9 o'clock in the morning. So have a good evening. Take care.
Okay.
Thank you,
Good night, all.
everyone.
I wanted to check that time.
9 a.m.
But it's 9 a.m. We have a confirmation of Julie Ann O'Brien for the Maine Human Rights Commission.
I'm not able to be here until 9:30 tomorrow. I just wanted to let you guys know I have a work meeting, so.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Porter, and thank you, Representative Thorne.
The confirmation is followed by the work session.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Take care.
Have a good evening.
Night.